Good morning, everyone. It's 10 o'clock, so I'd like to open and welcome everybody to today's Scottish Police Authority meeting at the Clayton House Hotel here in Glasgow. I'll just move through the agenda. So 1.2, which is apologies, and I have two apologies from board members, Nicola Anderson and Amina Khan. Moving on then to declarations of interest and connections. It is a requirement of the Code of Conduct that members declare any financial or other interests and connections in relation to the business in today's meeting. So can I confirm with members if there are any declarations of interest or connections?
Chair, if I may declare at item 4, Commonwealth Games Oversight Group is on the agenda at item 4, and there's a mention of volunteers. Just to say I am a Commonwealth Games volunteer. I can't see any issues with any of the items discussed, though, in that.
Okay, thanks for that, Brian. I don't think there's any other declarations, and congratulations on being a volunteer. I hope you have a great experience, and I hope it's a very successful Games. Moving on then to 1.4, any other business. Can members confirm that there are no other items of business that they wish to raise? Moving on then to decisions on taking business in private. In accordance with section 20 of the SPA standing orders, can I ask members to confirm that they are content to take item 10 in private today, which is a minute of private items taken at the meeting held on the 25th of March. So are members content to show that Pauline Howie joined the meeting at item 5. So subject to that amendment, are there any further comments before I invite members to approve the draft minute? No further comments, and we're happy to approve. Thank you. Next item is the rolling action log. We have one action here on the log which is proposed to close. We're closing it because we have an attached briefing paper on an update on the fuel plan, and are members content to close? The next item is decisions since last public authority meeting on the 25th of March 2026, and since the last public authority meeting in March, there have been no decisions taken via correspondence. Moving on then to the next item in the agenda, which is item 3, and it's the SPA Chair's report. I'll take the report as read, but just to let members know that in addition to the content of my Chair's report, I'd like to congratulate Neil Gray on his appointment as Cabinet Secretary for Justice, and I look forward to a diaried meeting that I have in person with him at the Scottish Parliament next week. And beyond that, I look forward to working constructively with the new Cabinet Secretary. Another key engagement not mentioned in my report is a meeting I had with Unison on Monday this week, where we discussed a range of important workforce matters. Additionally, I attended, as is referred to in the report, the third scrutiny meeting with the North representatives yesterday. I greatly value working with the trade unions and the representative bodies, and so I'm very appreciative of those meetings, and I really value these regional scrutiny meetings. It's an important link in the governance and the scrutiny of policing here within Scotland. Now, I know that I have several members who are looking to ask questions today, and of course, once I've been through the people that I've indicated, if there's any other questions, I'd be happy to answer those. So the first person I have is Andrew.
Chair, thank you for your report. I note at section 1.22 there's reference to the audit of board and committee effectiveness, which BDO are undertaking at the moment. Can you give a flavour for what sort of expectations we should have as a board from that work?
Thank you for the question, Andrew. as with any independent board effectiveness review, I would expect to be provided with an objective assessment of how well we operate and deliver our responsibilities. And really, just to remind everybody, there's 5 core functions that we as an authority have. Firstly, it's to maintain the police service. Then it's to promote the policing principles that are set out in the 2012 Police and Fire Reform Act. It's to promote and support continuous improvement in the policing of Scotland, and it's to keep under review the policing of Scotland and to hold the Chief Constable to account for the policing of Scotland. So I see this really as an opportunity for continuous improvement, building on the excellent work that the authority has already undertaken, but we can never be complacent in these areas in terms of meeting these core responsibilities that we have. Also, and specifically following the publication of the Best Value Report in January, I've asked the auditors to consider specifically the recommendation on the authority to review our governance arrangements and to ensure the right information is discussed in the right committee to support more effective scrutiny and reduce duplication of discussions. I'm looking forward to the work. I'm very positive about this work. And as a board, we have a duty to ensure we are also developing and improving and our annual governance reviews, committee effectiveness processes are an important aspect of this. I feel that this internal audit builds on that commitment to continuous improvement and will, I expect, give us some really tangible areas where we can strengthen our overall board performance and accountability. Moving on to the next person that's indicated they would like to ask a question, Polly.
Thanks very much for your report, Chair. It mentions engagement with chairs of the blue light services, and I note that the issue of managing mental health demand was raised during those discussions. As we know, this has been an issue for some time, and care pathways have been developed in various locations across the country. Did discussions cover the issue of the further development of these pathways and arrangements at pace so that those people that need access to care pathways can have them at the right time and at the right place? Thank you.
Thanks, Pauline. Yes, we did touch on those areas. First thing to say, though, is how valuable these engagements are with my counterparts in fire and rescue and the ambulance service. And it was clear from the conversation and discussion that we're all grappling with very similar issues and challenges. And you referenced particularly the mental health space there. And it is really all about making sure that people get the right support from the right agency at the right time in the right place. And Police Scotland have come forward with them progressing this and amending their report approach and working more closely with partners. One of the key areas here was a discussion with the Scottish Ambulance Service in particular, but also a little bit with the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service, is that as Police Scotland progresses through the changes in its approach, the Scottish Ambulance Service wants to make sure that there is good conversation going on so that they can work very closely with them. They have a slight concern that if the police change their approach, it may mean that more demand comes onto the Scottish Ambulance Service. I've touched on this with the Chief Constable, and I'm reassured that those conversations are already taking place to make sure that there's a joined-up approach to this. I think that everybody would like to see the pace increasing on this, because ultimately it's about giving people the right support when they need it. But it's complicated. There's a whole system approach required. So we'd like to increase the pace, and I think we will, but we want to do it safely, was how the conversation progressed. The next person that has indicated they want to ask a question is Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. At paragraph 1.17 of your report, you reference your meeting with Lord Hogan Howe talking about the independent review of police structures in England. I was wondering if you could share in a bit more detail some of the things that you shared with him in terms of what you think English policing has to learn from the Scottish structure of a single police force and a single forensics force in Scotland, and also any lessons learned about the transformation journey.
Thanks very much for your quick question, Nancy. I was delighted to have the opportunity to have a conversation with Lord Hogan Howe and his team. I was impressed by the team. I was impressed by the time that they have taken to come up to Scotland and avail themselves of the opportunity to learn from what is an extremely significant and relevant reform process that has already been undertaken here within Scotland. I think I came at it from two perspectives. First of all, my own personal experience, having been the Chief Officer of the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service, which underwent a very similar process under the same legislation at the same time. And what I stressed to him there is that in creating a national service, it does maximise the opportunities in terms of the economies of scale and the economies of scope, making sure that you can deliver best value for public money in terms of the economies of scale that are available for that, and in terms of the economies of scope, that opportunity for national and specialist services to be made available throughout the country based on risk, based on need, and for that to move as risk and need changes. So the economies of scale and scope were an area that we discussed. In terms of practicalities, I emphasised to him the real need for clear vision on what you're trying to achieve. Otherwise, what you're going to end up with is quite a lot of confusion. Also, I emphasised to him the importance of getting the culture right, particularly in creating larger organisations from many smaller organisations. There will be a myriad of cultures out there, but in terms of creating a larger organisation, a key element of culture that I stressed to him is the need to ensure that it is decentralised and empowered, so that people feel that they can make a difference locally, which is where services are actually delivered. We focused then on the allocation of resources, which are always going to be limited in any organisation, and you don't want to disrupt current service delivery as you move towards your new delivery model. And if you've got a clear vision, you have to make sure that you align your resources clearly with the things that will be most impactful within the vision. So those were key areas that we spoke about. They were particularly interested in our experiences around local democracy and oversight and local scrutiny of policing services. And we explored quite a lot the model that's in place with the local policing plans for each of the 32 local authorities across Scotland, and how this has enabled more locally elected members to get involved in the oversight of local delivery. And then we explored that connection between local service delivery and the national alignment for priorities, and how the national can always enable local service delivery. So we focused very much on those things. I would say that the biggest thing that they explored with us is that last point about ensuring that local people still had a say through their elected members in the delivery of policing services. So that's the people that had indicated they wanted to ask questions of my report, but could I invite any further questions? No. There's one area for approval within the report, and that's where I'm going to invite members to approve Angela Leach as the chair of the Executive Leadership and Remuneration Committee. Are members content to approve this? Thank you. Moving on then to agenda item number 4, which is the committee chairs report. So I'll ask each of the committee and group chairs to talk to their reports and to invite questions from other members if they have them. I'd also highlight to members that the second meeting of the Executive Leadership and Remuneration Committee took place yesterday, and a written report on that will be included at our July meeting. I feel slightly like I'm hogging it, but as the chair, that's my privilege, because there are a couple of reports in here that I will speak to. The first one is in terms of the Commonwealth Games Oversight Group, and again, I will take the report as read, but just to emphasise, I think the importance of the work that this oversight group is undertaking. Everybody wants us to have a safe, a successful and secure Commonwealth Games here in this great city of Glasgow. And we want to ensure that policing plays its part, but it's not going to create a financial detriment to Police Scotland. And equally, we want to make sure that business as usual services are not unduly impacted by the Commonwealth Games coming along. And I think as an oversight group, we feel assured right from the outset. Police Scotland have put in place a very experienced team who have developed the planning for these games. They have identified the key risks and they've looked to address those things. But I think in terms of resourcing these games, they've got very early on, they've focused on getting the right resources in place and given the opportunity for people across, for members across Scotland to contribute to the resourcing of these games. And we did emphasise volunteers, so I was delighted to hear that Brian from the authority has actually volunteered for that. There's been a strong focus on well-being as well. We're now moving from the planning phase into the testing and exercising phase. The oversight group's been invited to observe some of those, and that will very quickly be followed by delivery phase. And we are assured at this moment in time that everything is lining up to support the games from Police Scotland. So with that, I cover 2 reports here, but I take them as read, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I have 2 people that have indicated they want to ask questions. First of all, I'll turn to Gary.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think you've partly answered one of my questions in your introduction, but obviously this is Police Scotland's second time around in terms of policing the Commonwealth Games, so they're well versed at it and very experienced. The question that I had was, given that this is a smaller event on this occasion, is mutual aid still going to be used and are appropriate provisions in place for those officers that will be coming and working in Scotland? And the second one was just the point about maintaining business as usual for the public of Scotland whilst that's ongoing, which you alluded to in your introduction.
Yeah, the oversight feels assured around both of those areas. Business as usual has had a strong focus from the Gold Commander, from the team. So we feel comfortable with that at this moment in time. In relation to mutual aid, as I spoke about there was an early focus on resourcing requirements. A clear assessment of the needs there has already taken place. And they're focused, I think, particularly around some of the specialist capabilities that may be required. So they've identified what these specialist resilience needs are, and if any mutual aid would be required to support in particular these. As you'll be well aware, Gary, they've engaged with national bodies, particularly NPOC, the National Police Coordination Centre, and they've identified where they need support, and they're utilising established governance and escalation routes in terms of this. They've targeted their targeted contingency measures rather than actually using mutual aid arrangements as a core resourcing solution. That's what's come through the oversight group. And as I said, we feel assured that that's proportionate for these games. Thank you.
Chair, can I just add a couple of additional points? So in terms of scrutiny of the plan, we're also, Police Scotland are now in receipt of a draft HMICS report that has been conducted, again looking at the plans, looking at the readiness, and that draws out some additional themes for our consideration, but is a really useful and valuable report as part of this ongoing scrutiny of the delivery of a successful games. One of the points that I'm particularly pleased about is that the team that are leading this have been able, at a very early stage, some many weeks ago now, been able to commit with the teams what the duties are for the officers well in advance. Always a challenge, particularly if it's a large scale event, but we've done that earlier, so our officers and staff know what their duties are throughout the games, and hopefully that has provided additional focus around wellbeing, which formed part of feedback that we've received through planning for other big events. So just wanted to add that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chief. Could I now turn to Nancy, who has some questions on the Commonwealth Games Oversight Group?
Thank you, Chair. Two areas where I was looking for some level of assurance or comfort. One is around the number of spectators and the management of spectator behaviour, recognising that Commonwealth Game attendees tend to be, historically at least, quite well behaved, but sporting events can get passionate and heated. And then the second area was around management of cyber risks, especially given recent political statements about Russian efforts to increase cyber attacks on the UK, and obviously the Commonwealth Games is a spotlight.
Thanks very much for those two questions, Nancy. I'll address the assurance on the number of spectators. First of all, Police Scotland's approach to this that they've advised us on through the oversight group is that it will be intelligence-led, and what I would also stress is that they are very experienced in relation to dealing with major sporting and other events, and they are in a process of continually learning from these, and that feeds into the approach that they are taking, that feeds into the intelligence picture that they are developing, which they will respond to and resource appropriately. And it's also to confirm what you've said, I don't think there's any expectation that the crowds that will come along to Commonwealth Games would be involved in any kind of crowd trouble. However, there's never any complacency in relation to these things, and all the events are ticketed and should be stewarded and policed appropriately. And I stress, we want people to have fun at these games.
Thank you for that. And then on the cyber risks element?
Yes, so in terms of the cyber risks, at the last, this is alluded to in the report, in the last oversight group meeting, we did have a presentation from Police Scotland in relation to this. And cyber risks are recognised in the planning assumptions. For example, as you've just described, the potential for a disruptive attack. Police Scotland does have identified cyber investigation specialists within the organisation, and one of the things that was highlighted to us is the structure that they have, the work that they undertake, and also that they've got a focus on the Commonwealth Games and have the capacity they feel to actually deal with any of the issues that may arise. They have an expertise here. I think it's also important to recognise that the organising company has a dedicated cyber partner, which is supporting the collective management of cyber-related risks across the Games, and you know, Police Scotland and the dedicated cyber partner, they are connected to the wider cyber security architecture here within Scotland. So through that presentation, we felt that Police Scotland have identified it, as I said, as a potential risk, and have taken cognizance of that, and they maintain through the risk register a current assessment of it. Does anybody have any further comments? Okay, if I could now stop talking and pass on to my colleague, Paul Eadie, who's going to give us an update from the Forensic Services Committee.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. I'll just pick out maybe a couple of items. Firstly is drug driving, which was salted throughout the meeting in different reports. Police Scotland highlighted there's a year-on-year increase in demand in this area, which we know about, and unfortunately the budget settlement for forensic service didn't receive funding to support that sustained increase in demand, but we were assured that it would continue to be supported in this area and that the financial impact was being monitored. The committee and Police Scotland people in attendance also reiterated our zero tolerance of drug driving and the need for a carefully coordinated budgeting in this area. So that's the first item. The second is, and I think it was touched on in the last meeting of the board, the biometric review we had Brian Plaster, the Biometrics Commissioner, along presenting his joint assurance review on fingerprints, and we noted there was 10 recommendations assured were made, and were assured by Police Scotland that they were developing an action plan for these. My recollection is that Forensic Services already fulfilled any outstanding recommendations on their part. So, and the last thing I would say is that the Forensic Service Business Plan was approved. Okay.
Thank you, Paul, for the report and that verbal update on the work of the Forensic Services Committee. I have one person that's indicated they would like to ask a question, and that's Nancy.
I seem to be asking a lot of questions. It's a question which, in a way, cuts across both forensics and Police Scotland, and it's around drug driving. And I was interested to hear that there had been a short pilot in England, in Thames Valley and Hampshire and Isle of Wight, on roadside breathalyzer testing for nitrous oxide. I was also interested to know that in Australia and Canada, there is roadside, and I'm reading this so I don't stumble, roadside oral fluid saliva screening testing, which is done for various drugs, which are carried out roadside, i.e. by the police, but which are part of the general forensic picture of trying to identify and intervene in more drugged driving cases. And I was wondering if there was any intention to look at the English pilot, to look at the solutions being used in Australia or Canada, and to see if any of them would be appropriate for use in Scotland.
Thank you. I'm not familiar with what you've described there, Nancy. However, the pilot down in Hampshire will be something that the MPCC lead for roads policing, who's Chief Constable Joe Shiner at Sussex, will have oversight of, I'm sure, and through her roads policing committee, once that pilot is concluded, through the committee there'll be clearly evaluation, and that may then prompt some further development work across the whole of the United Kingdom. So it's something that we will ensure that we're aware of and we're alive to. Thank you.
Fiona?
Thank you, and thank you very much for the question. There is some really interesting work that is going on, particularly around different types of substrates that can be used. So looking at saliva, I think, is a really interesting development. I think not only is it scientifically more robust, but it removes a whole step within the process in terms of the NHS's role in retrieving blood samples in a custody environment. What it doesn't do at this stage in its development, though, is replace the need for evidential testing. So it's a roadside test kit that is still trying to detect the drugs that are set out within the legislation, but it still requires that confirmatory analysis within the lab. I think if we could have a roadside test that was of an evidential standard, that would be a real win. We're always looking at the developments across the whole range of different forensic science disciplines to make sure that we are taking the learning and looking at how we work with Police Scotland colleagues at making sure that we have the best forensic science testing for Scotland.
Thank you for the question, Nancy, and thank you for the responses there. If I could move on then to Audit, Risk and Assurance Committee and turn to the Chair, Katerina Casper.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. So I will briefly highlight the key matters from the Audit, Risk and Assurance Committee that was held on the 12th of May. As usual, the committee considered quite a substantial agenda. You will be relieved to know I will not be covering it all in my update today because I do take my report as read. I would like to focus on three areas. The most significant point I want to bring to the authority's attention is the annual internal audit opinion. The committee was disappointed to receive an opinion of improvements required. This opinion reflects significant weaknesses identified in a number of areas reviewed, and also the continuing issue of open and overdue recommendations. Our auditors were quite clear that those weaknesses weaken the risk management, governance, control and best value arrangements, and that significant improvements are required. So the committee was clear that this needs sustained management attention. We did welcome the work that is already underway to improve the accuracy of target dates, strengthen escalation reporting, and clarify accountability. However, we were also clear that improvement will also need to be evidenced through delivery and not just the process changes. We therefore encouraged a sharper focus on the ownership of high risk and overdue recommendations, including the possibility of the action owners attending the committee where delays require explanation. We also discussed the best value improvement plan, and we welcomed the continued focus on best value and noted that if the improvement plan is delivered, the recommendations will be discharged. The committee will therefore continue to seek assurance and that delivery remains on track and that the approach supports continuous improvement and self-evaluation. And my third point I would like to highlight is that on the information management front, the committee considered freedom of information and subject access request performance, including the position on ICO submissions. This was a cause for concern for the committee. I think members were not yet assured that performance is where it needs to be, either in terms of statutory compliance or in relation to the wider impact on transparency, public confidence, and organizational control. And we have therefore asked to see the FOI/SAR improvement plan or plans at the next meeting. And in particular, we will be looking for clarity on the root causes of current performance, the actions being taken, the timescales for improvement, accountable ownership, and the measures that will demonstrate whether the plan is delivering the necessary improvement. So I suppose in summary, the committee's message was very much that we recognize that there is a lot of improvement activity underway, but the current assurance picture still requires very close attention. The internal audit opinion and the level of open and overdue recommendations mean that the committee will maintain a strong focus on accountability, delivery timescales, and evidence of sustained improvement. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Katerina. As I said to Paul, both for the written report, but also for the points that you've drawn out and highlighted to us. I have two members who've indicated they would like to ask you questions. First one is Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. And the committee chair's partially answered my question. It is on internal audit opinion, but I think it is worth drilling down a bit further, because obviously internal audit only has value if reports which are written with recommendations are followed up on and action points are delivered. It's clearly a very in-depth internal audit programme, 13 reports. However, the vast majority were of limited assurance. And BDO do note the lack of recommendations being implemented. I just would like to understand a little bit more about how this direction, how this journey will improve over time, who genuinely has ownership for the delivery of these action points, and who's accountable for the delivery of them.
Thank you for your question. I can see that Katharina's poised, ready to begin the responses on this, so pass to you, Katharina.
Absolutely. No, it is a very good question, Andrew, and that is exactly the topic that we spend quite some considerable time discussing at the committee. So we understand that at the moment Police Scotland are reviewing their governance arrangements around audit recommendations. So what we have seen over the last years is we have seen that the process around the management of recommendations has been enhanced. So the reporting that comes to us is clearer, it's easier to understand. The question exactly which we've been trying to understand is, for the individual recommendations, who's got the ownership? And I think that's the work just now that Police Scotland are addressing. So I wish I had a clearer answer to your question. As I say, we spent considerable time discussing this. We understand improvements are underway, and we're just as keen as you are to see exactly how the governance structure that is being reviewed, how that's going to lead to substantive improvements over time. So we're seeing enhancements in the process, but we're yet to see the enhancements in the closing out of recommendations. And that is the real challenge from our perspective. I don't know if colleagues from Police Scotland would like to maybe add some more detail to that.
Yeah, if I could turn now to the Chief Constable, we'll build on that.
Thank you. To reassure the committee that the issues you've raised through audit and risk, I take very, very, very seriously. So, over and above what was described to you at the committee, there's now going to be an enhanced level of internal governance in relation to the issues around these recommendations. You highlighted greater accountability is required, grip and scrutiny, and that will take place. And I'm confident that you will see the impact of that when you meet again later in the year. I considered some of the recurring recommendations, and I'm confident that we are making really positive progress in relation to them. So medium-term financial plan is within the best value review, but has also been a recurring recommendation that will be presented to the board in the early autumn in September. A framework around benefits realisation that has been agreed through the Resources Committee, a stronger performance framework, which again will come back to the committee, to the board in the summer, and a strategic workforce plan. So those themes recur. There's good progress being made against all of those, but absolutely accept that over and above that, there are a number of issues and items that need that grip and accountability. So to reassure the board, I'm taking this very, very seriously.
Thank you, Chief Constable. And the Chief Executive would like to come in.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think it's fair to say that this is now a matter that we're giving really high priority, and as you'll have heard from the Chief, we're all collectively mobilising around this issue to improve the situation through this financial year, so that the opinion that we were given is not repeated. I think so. Just a couple of things to raise. So obviously accountability is a key issue, and I know, like just following on from the Chief's remarks, that's something that the committee will see more of in terms of clear accountability for delivering the actions. There is certainly a sense that some of the more historic recommendations have probably been materially discharged over time or rolled into other recommendations. And I know there's an open dialogue at the moment with HMICS to try and sort of take a pragmatic approach to resolving some of those. We should have a similar conversation with BDO as well, and that's something that we'll certainly support. And like I say, the objective very much for all of us, I think, is to have a different and better internal audit opinion next year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Andrew?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I mean, 3 really comprehensive answers are much appreciated, and I was encouraged by the comments, in essence, about focusing on the things which are most important. I think that's where we clearly should be, and I think it's important also that we look at historic overdue recommendations and assess the materiality and relevance to today. So some really good answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Andrew. I also have Gary, who's indicated he'd like to ask a question in this area.
Yeah, I don't know if it's so much a question as perhaps a statement in terms of best practice or good practice that certainly is used in NHS Dumfries and Galloway, where limited assurance audits are owned by the relevant subcommittees who take reports from the relevant executive member to feed back up to the board ultimately. And I think there's something there that we could look at to strengthen that and improve that performance.
Thanks for that comment, Gary, and certainly where there is good practice, we would look to embrace it as part of our journey of continuous improvement and discharging our responsibilities as an authority. Chief Executive, do you want to comment on that?
Thanks, Chair. Just to say, we will follow up with that with Gary, and if there's any best practice that we can consider, then we'll certainly do that. Thanks.
Does anybody have any further questions or comments for Katerina? No? Move on then. The next committee chair's report is again from myself, which is the Executive Leadership and Remuneration Committee. I will take the report as read. We had our very first meeting, and the key thing that we established was the terms of reference, and we look forward to creating a business plan going forward. But if anybody has any questions, I am happy to answer them. Okay, no questions, so we'll move on then to the People Committee. And if I can turn to the chair there, Angela Leach. Angela.
Thank you, Chair. Just by way of explanation, to explain what pension forfeiture is, it's a procedure that is underpinned by legislation, and it allows the SPA to require forfeiture of part of a police pension. It's most commonly used where a police officer has been convicted of a criminal offence, and it could lead to a serious loss of public confidence. It's worth pointing out, however, that this isn't unique to Police Scotland. It's also applied in other parts of the public sector. So once the SPA has determined that criteria has been met in terms of the forfeiture, the case is passed to Scottish ministers, who then can choose to issue a certificate. If a certificate is issued, then it comes back to the SPA to determine the level of forfeiture to be applied, and that can be up to a maximum of 65%. So at the last meeting, the committee considered 3 cases, and these are still in the process of being considered.
Thank you for that update and that explanation, Angela. Does anybody have any questions? So we'll move on then to the next committee, which is Complaints and Conduct, and the chair is Chris Cregan.
Thanks very much, Chair. As with others, I will take my report as read, and I want to focus my remarks on 3 issues, 2 of which were the subject of discussion at the committee and 1 related issue. The first is the update we received from Police Scotland on Operation Glade concerning non-criminal complaints. This, as the board knows, remains a key area of concern, focus and priority for the committee. And I want to reassure the board again that we're crystal clear that the current situation is neither acceptable nor sustainable. In short, it's not where any of us would want it to be. However, I can also offer the reassurance that we were given by Police Scotland that they entirely share our concern. And we welcome the tangible progress made, both in terms of engagement across the system with ourselves and the Police Investigations Review Commissioner through constructive tripartite discussions about both the current status and the future direction of travel. And also in terms of the steps taken by Police Scotland with regard to the local allocation of complaints. This is a recent development and I think represents a critical moment in the delivery of Operation Glade. And I'm pleased to say the early signs are promising. Momentum, of course, is key, and we do expect to see evidence of substantial progress at our next meeting. In the meantime, we will ensure that engagement on the development and delivery of a sustainable model over the longer term continues, and one that is proportionate. This is, of course, essential if progress that we're making is not to be jeopardised. Secondly, in relation to the implementation of the Police Ethics, Conduct and Scrutiny Act, as with the Code of Essex, the committee will be formally consulted on the vetting code of practice before it is laid before Parliament, and we were offered assurance in that regard. And thirdly, I just want to turn to the related matter, which wasn't discussed of the committee, a more recent development. The board will, of course, be aware that Tuesday saw the publication of HMICS's assurance review of conduct and discipline. Members will be aware that the authority has welcomed the review and indicated its support for its recommendations. Indeed, 2 of the 3 recommendations relating to the authority have already been implemented, and we will work with Police Scotland to deliver the 3rd. And the authority will be working with Police Scotland and the Scottish Government to take forward all of the recommendations to further strengthen the system. I'm in the early stages of engaging with the report and look forward to engagement with colleagues from HMICS in preparation for further discussions later this year. The committee will receive the report in full at its next meeting, which will enable a thorough discussion of its findings and recommendations and the progress being made to ensure that they're implemented, including at that stage the respective management responses from both the authority and Police Scotland. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chris, for your update from the committee's work, and also that look forward in relation to that very important HMICS report that we have not yet fully considered but have received. So with that, could I open it up? Does anybody have any questions for Chris? So that then concludes the committee chairs' reports. And if we could move on to agenda item number 5, which is the Chief Constable's report. So if I could pass over to the Chief.
Thank you, Chair. My first report of 26-27 provides an insight into the breadth and depth of police work delivered by officers, staff and volunteers for the benefit of our communities. Over recent weeks, joint work with prosecutors and law enforcement agencies at a UK level and internationally, including the National Crime Agency, has culminated in important criminal justice outcomes in relation to serious and organised crime. Our skilled detectives and staff will continue working with colleagues across borders to tackle global, digitally enabled criminality which brings harm to the streets of Scotland and our communities. Just this week, William Byrne was sentenced to 7 years and 4 months in prison, having admitted being involved in serious and organised crime as he planned to bring illegal drugs into Scotland. Byrne was arrested in Portugal in October 2025, following some outstanding joint work with the National Crime Agency and other law enforcement partners. Also this week, James Richards was sentenced to 7 years and 6 months in connection with conspiracy to murder. He was extradited from Spain in January 26, again with the support of the NCA and police colleagues abroad. I would take this opportunity to welcome Graham Bigger and thank him and the NCA for their support and partnership in our shared goal of keeping our communities safe from threat, risk and harm and emerging issues. The NCA also had a role in peer reviewing our investigation into the embezzlement of funds from the Scottish National Party. This is good practice in high-profile and complex investigations such as Operation Branchform, to ensure the investigation is well managed and considers all investigative opportunities. I'm grateful to Graham and his team for providing this additional support. I would like to thank Assistant Chief Constable Stuart Houston, now retired Assistant Chief Constable Andy Freeburn, Detective Chief Superintendent David Ferry, and our Financial Crime Unit, who worked under intense scrutiny to gather compelling evidence in a matter of significant public interest. Their efforts led to this week's guilty plea by Peter Morrell, who abused his position to divert S&P funds to his own account to fund luxuries. I would pay tribute to the integrity and skill of Stuart and the investigation team, who went about their work methodically and professionally in the midst of significant commentary. My report notes the change to the UK terror threats level at the end of April from substantial to severe. I would stress at this time there is nothing to suggest there is any specific threat to Scotland, but I would ask the public not to be alarmed, but to remain vigilant and report any suspicious activity to the police. The threat level change was confirmed after horrendous acts of violence in London. I do not wish to give details on any live cases across the UK. However, I wish to underline my support for our Jewish communities. And along with Assistant Chief Constable Katrina Payton, I met with representatives of Jewish communities in Scotland last week to listen firsthand to their concerns and perspectives and express my personal support. This session follows an extensive programme of community engagement and operational action across local policing areas and through our Policing Together team, including additional patrols, and we remain utterly committed to meaningful relationships with all our communities. Returning to my report, I outline prison sentences for football-related disorder, which happened ahead of the 2024 Scottish League Cup final in Glasgow in December that year. 4 men who I identified through CCTV and public appeal were jailed and issued with football banning orders. We have seen in recent years, including over recent weeks, an escalation in disorder which has been associated with football in Glasgow. I can update that in relation to disorder and violence before, during and after this year's Scottish Cup quarter-final, we have now made 33 arrests and inquiries are ongoing. And in relation to large-scale disorder during following the Scottish Premiership game on the 16th of May, we've made 14 arrests and inquiries and appeals continue. Officers came under prolonged and sustained attack with injuries including cuts and bruises from missiles. I want to be clear, this violence and disorder is to be condemned at every opportunity by everyone who cares about Scotland, Glasgow and football. It is an embarrassment. Club employees, ground staff, police officers should not be subject to violence in the course of their work. Communities, businesses and members of the public should not face violence, disruption and damage. This behaviour also diverts finite public services, including policing, from other duties which could otherwise support communities and victims of crime. As evidenced by the criminal justice outcome I mentioned, we investigate and identify perpetrators, we make arrests, and there are consequences for those who involve themselves in this disgraceful behaviour. We cannot look toward another season of this mayhem. Policing will play our part with the football authorities, the clubs, the local authorities and the Scottish Government to achieve a solution that improves public safety and reduces disruption. As we move towards the summer months, Our year-round focus on road safety concentrates on motorcyclists, who make up just 1% of road users, but almost a fifth of road fatalities. We're working with Transport Scotland and the third sector to provide education sessions which will continue through the peak riding months. I provide an update on Safer Shores, an annual programme to ensure people can enjoy beaches safely, including work to support young people who are affected by violence. As part of Safer Shores, we work closely with a range of partners, including British Transport Police, Scottish Ambulance Service, Scottish Fire and Rescue Service, the Coast Guard, local authorities, NHS and the British Red Cross. And I would just take this opportunity to welcome colleagues from British Transport Police and the authority and thank them for their collaboration and joint work across a range of issues. We spoke this time last year about the devastating impact of the death of a young person in violent circumstances. Each is an individual tragedy and has a profound impact on families and the wider communities. We're engaging extensively with young people to ensure their voices directly inform policing policy, practice and decision making. And by the end of last year, our youth engagement team held sessions with over 1,000 children and young people aged from 8 to 26 years old across 12 and 13 local policing divisions. It is important that people know Scotland remains a safe place to live and work. Fewer than 1 in 5 violent crimes involves an accused person under the age of 18, and it's crucial that we don't stigmatise our young people or build an atmosphere of fear. Our national strategy, led by Assistant Chief Constable Wendy Middleton, seeks to safeguard individuals, children and young people and communities from harm and prevent children and young people from being exploited to commit or become victims of violent crime. Working with partners to support our young people will continue to be a significant focus and priority for policing as part of what must be a full system approach to protecting children and ensuring they are safe. Understanding people's experience to form our policing approach is an important aspect of maintaining and building trust with communities. And I outline our latest Violence Against Women and Girls engagement session to meet with a wide range of stakeholders, including survivors groups. My report outlines the life sentence of Mamoudou Bob for the murder of his wife Nada in Edinburgh in August last year. Nada was the mother of 4, and this was a shocking and upsetting case, which is a tragedy for her family, who described Nada as truly loved and spoke with dignity and strength about their loss, and my thoughts are with them. Terrible crimes such as this emphasise the constant vigilance and system-wide focus required to address the root causes of violence against women and girls and reducing offending, which wreaks devastation on families. At the same time, we are committed to a trauma-informed approach which puts victims at the heart of our service where offending occurs. While our response to non-recent sexual offending sends a message that the passage of time does not prevent perpetrators from being brought to justice. Driving change which achieves tangible improvements for victims is a key element of delivering our vision for policing. This week, the Scottish Courts and Tribunal Service published its evaluation report on the national rollout of summary case management, which found the new regime has led to significant reduction in adjourned trials, unnecessary witness attendance, and police witness citations, delivering clear benefits for victims, witnesses, and the wider criminal justice system. I've previously underlined my support for the summary case management approach, which requires leadership and close collaboration between criminal justice partners and investment for policing to enable a focus for our officers on providing disclosure at an earlier stage in proceedings. The results are very positive, with a huge reduction in citations to go to court. from over 16,000 in the month of May 2023 to around 8,500 in January this year. That's almost halved the number of people called to court each month when they are often not required. And for police officers, there were over 8,000 citations in May 23, and in January this year, that had fallen to 4,300. The court service estimates this equates to a reduction of around 100,000 officer citations each year. This means officers are less likely to have rest days cancelled or to be taken away from other duties. And it also has an important impact on reducing overtime expenses, again, often when officers aren't actually required. As we've discussed, robust management will be required to deliver on what is a challenging budget. However, policing in Scotland has established a strong record of financial discipline over a period of years. Early indications are that this will continue with a balanced outturn for 25-26, and we'll report more fully on that in July. Most importantly, in terms of summary case management, victims are less likely to be disrupted and further traumatised during the criminal justice process. I'd like to record my thanks to Sheriff Principal Anwar KC and ACC Wendy Middleton for their leadership in this area, and all partners for their commitment and collaboration at an operational and national level. Police Scotland is committed to playing our part in delivering efficiencies and improvements across the criminal justice system through improved partnership and ways of working and through better use of technology. In this regard, I report on the national rollout of more than 10,000 body-worn video cameras, which concluded in April, with footage made available to the Crown Office through the Digital Evidence Sharing Capability System. I want to record my thanks to Chief Digital and Information Officer Andrew Hendry and his team who have led this work, and with Andrew, I have huge enthusiasm for the opportunities for further developments across the criminal justice system. I've been clear I want to focus on the front line of policing, and during the Response Policing Week of Action, we highlighted some examples of the challenging situations our people respond to with bravery, professionalism and skill every day. We heard stories from across the country of officers arriving first on the scene to support vulnerable people, intervene in dangerous situations to protect the public and arrest offenders. There is a hero made every day in policing, and I want to thank our frontline officers and staff for everything they do. We are recruiting police officers, and I outline the progress of some of the latest intakes for probationer training. I've also highlighted the significant value of our special constabulary, which was explored during an event earlier this month. Our officers, staff and volunteers are all essential to the success of policing and value members of our policing family. I outline my schedule of engagement across staff associations, trade unions, communities and the Scottish Government, Blue Light partners, health and local authority partners. This included an initial meeting with newly appointed Justice Secretary Neil Gray last Thursday. I was encouraged by Mr Gray's strong recognition of policing's track record on public sector reform. We also discussed crime prevention and our strengthened community policing model, as well as violence and disorder surrounding football. Former Cabinet Secretary for Justice and Home Affairs Angela Constance was appointed as the Cabinet Secretary for Health and Social Care, and I want to record my thanks to Ms Constance for her support and positive professional relationship during her time in the Justice portfolio, and look forward to continuing positive work as policing develops our response in mental health distress. Over coming weeks, we will progress the schedule of engagement with other relevant government appointments. Police Scotland continues to have strong relationships at operational and local levels. These sessions are important opportunities to identify shared opportunities and challenges to build on joint work and deliver for the people that we serve. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chief Officer, for Chief Constable, for your report. You opened up by saying that this gives us insights into the breadth and depth of work undertaken by Police Scotland, and I can confirm that it certainly does, listening to everything that you reported on there. I would also underscore the thanks to all police officers and staff for the work that they do every day. You highlighted that as well. I have a number of members who've indicated that they wish to ask questions on your report. So if I could turn first to Polly.
Thank you, Chief Constable, for your report. I've got 3 areas of question stroke comment. The first is to add my thanks and congratulations to everybody involved in completing the rollout of body-worn video. As the rollout has progressed, we've heard of some of the benefits that are being realised and the efficiencies being made in ways of working. I wondered when you expect the full evaluation to be reported on, and following on from the successful rollout of body-worn video and summary case management of you described, what are the next set of transformation priorities that are going to deliver further efficiencies and effectiveness in ways of working?
Thank you, Pauline. I'll ask Bex to pick up body-worn video and evaluation, and then I'll come back to talk about some early discussions around the next phase of criminal justice reform.
Thanks for the question. Just to give a bit more of an update around body-worn video. So as you know, phase 1 rollout is now complete, which is a really exciting milestone for us. Planning for phase 2 is now underway, which will see body-worn video being deployed around further across the organisation with a focus on events and mutual aid. I think it's fair to say, in terms of evaluation, we've captured thousands of lived experiences across many officers and staff in terms of the use of body-worn video. What we are seeing around impact is officers not being asked to go to court as often. PERC referrals are being avoided because of the instant nature of the evidence available. PERC investigations are a lot quicker and much more efficient, which obviously reduces the stress on the officers and staff as a consequence of that. We're also seeing COPFS colleagues and defence commenting on being able to review the evidence in a much quicker fashion, which leads to charges being escalated and early guilty pleas in the system. So all in all, really positive. The formal evaluation is underway at the moment, and we'll be reporting that in the coming months. So we'll give you much more detail in terms of that. But just thought it was helpful to share some sort of stories which I think are really powerful across officers and staff in terms of the impact of body-worn video, which is being felt really widely in every area it's being rolled out in. So a real success right across policing. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And to add to that, there have already been some significant discussions across all the senior leaders in the justice system, and with the permanent secretary and those who lead within government around the justice system. Our vision, my vision, is that we collectively build on the technology that's brought around some significant change across the system, desk, body-worn, and now agree a broader cross-agency programme for digitisation of the whole of the justice system. Now, what goes with that, I think, is a real opportunity to consider all of the processes and the systems that operate across it, and really take that system-wide approach to modernise it so that those that are engaging with that see the benefits, that we reduce trauma, and equally we as system leaders across the justice system bring about efficiencies for the good of all of us when set against the financial challenges that have been already identified by Scottish Government. So I'm really excited that there are already really constructive discussions taking place, and that will be something that we'll develop over the coming months and years. But there's a real strength and willingness to now look across the whole of that system. Thank you.
Thanks very much. The second area is really a comment. I just want to acknowledge Police Scotland winning the Scottish Veterans Award Employer of the Year. You'll be aware that veterans and reservists bring a great variety of valuable skills and experience across a range of roles within policing. And that benefits not just policing, but obviously the wider public services and the armed forces. And I'd be interested in learning more about the partnership work in due course. And my final point, Chair, was around road safety work. Thanks for updating us on that. There have recently been some press and social media reports of motorised dirt bikes, e-scooters and high-powered electric bikes being driven recklessly on roads across the country. And I wondered if you could update us on what work has been done to deter such behaviour.
Thanks for the question. I think it's fair to say that probably my first comment would be my sense is the legislation is required on the sale and distribution of those particular items that you talked about, particularly e-scooters and e-bikes. At the moment, that's unregulated, and I think that's a really important point to make. So we in policing are seeing a huge increase in the use of e-bikes and e-scooters, and you highlighted, Pauline, the issue around sort of the antisocial use of those on footpaths with pedestrians. We're seeing people being knocked down as a result of those. They are fast and they have the ability to go really quickly. We're also seeing them being used in public parks, etc. They're also quiet, so we're seeing them used in crime, where people are using them to go to houses and have a look around and see what's about. They can be in and out really quickly. So I think it's probably a really important point to make that actually the use of those is genuinely really wide. And just to give you some context around that, in 2025 we seized 469 e-bikes, which is a 43% increase on the year before, and 240 e-scooters, which is a 108% increase on the year before, and we're seeing that rise month on month. So as a consequence of that, we're doing some local policing operations with partners. They've been really successful in terms of taking intelligence from local communities, seeing where this is happening, and then officers are out on the ground with partners, including immigration services in Glasgow. We're using our road policing drone units to be able to support us in those operations as well, and we've seen some real success. I think for me, the strategic engagement is really key in terms of how we tackle that at the front end. And our Superintendent, Andy Barclay, met with a cross-party group of ministers recently, giving evidence in terms of how we are tackling this issue, but also what support we might need from other partners. We've got a practitioners group with the right individuals around the table to look at how we might tackle this collectively, and the results of that will be presented to Transport Scotland in the near future. We're also working with UK government to understand, which obviously holds powers on registration and licensing over off-road vehicles, to take action in this area. So there's a lot ongoing, but I think some of, I suppose my earlier point would be support is needed, I think, at the front end in terms of sale and distribution of those particular items. Thanks for the question.
Thanks, Pauline, and thanks for the responses. If I could move on to the next person who's indicated that they have questions on the Chief's report. Katerina.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you. Chief Constable, so your report covers a number of areas that are related to violence against women and girls. There's a specific section there, but also, you know, I'm also thinking about the tragic case that you've referred to as well of Ndata Seta, who was murdered by her husband. So the statistics, I suppose, on the level of offending that falls within this category over the last few years have been consistently going up, and you know, we obviously discuss that in our policing performance committee on a regular basis as well. And the explanation so far which has been put forward is that there is an increased level of confidence, which leads to more victims coming forward. Now, but after a period of time, is it now not the time to maybe start testing that assumption and that explanation, and really trying to understand, is it indeed just an increase in level of confidence, or is that area of offending on the rise? And if so, do we have enough resources to tackle it, or do we need a different approach? So I appreciate it's sort of a broad question, but just every single time we talk about this area, I'm struck by the level of activity which is not matched by a decrease, but indeed, sees a rise in offending. So is it not the time now to maybe do a deeper dive into this? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. I think you raise a really important point. Violence against women and girls is a public health issue from my perspective. I think policing is one element of that, but the point you make, I think, is really relevant. I think absolutely we have more confidence in victims coming forward, and that's with recent offending but also historic. However, I think it's really important to acknowledge that society's changed, and where we are now compared to where we were a few years ago is different. Online offending, access to devices, apps to control individuals, to look at usage on phones, to mirror phones, tracking devices, all of those things that we're seeing playing out in offending behaviour are things that we didn't have access to as society years ago. I also think with children and young people and access to the internet, apps, etc., we know some of the harm that does, and also changes in society around, we're seeing more in terms of misogyny, protest, all of those things I think contribute to a different picture. And I think we have to accept that these offences are on the rise, they are increasing. Your question is well made around resourcing, and it's something that the Chief is really clear about in terms of priority. This is a real area of focus for us. We need to understand what the demand is coming over the hill, and for me, working with NCA colleagues and the wider policing network, we can see areas where offending is happening online. We can see areas where individuals are responding in a virtual world, and policing needs to be able to keep up to speed with that. So I guess to reassure you, absolutely it's a priority for us. I think offending has changed as a consequence of society and the way that we're living now. The online use of devices, etc., is proving tricky for us around our digital forensics capability, but also keeping up with criminals. It requires substantial resource and investment, I think, and also a really well-connected partnership network to tackle that. And I'm confident we have some really good relationships in Scotland with partners. I think the public health approach is one that's perhaps worth a further discussion. So thanks for the question.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I've got another area, and it is related. So there's been a recent learning review into the Glasgow Beastie House case, and it has attracted some significant public concern, I think, around, and it's raised some questions around child protection, professional curiosity, multi-agency information sharing. Now, I know that obviously the work of Police Scotland has, the criminal investigation has led to convictions, but I'm interested in whether there has indeed been any learning that Police Scotland can take from the review about maybe earlier identification of child sexual abuse, neglect and exploitation, and basically what assurance can you give us that your frontline officers, call handlers, public protection teams are equipped to recognise indicators, particularly of that intrafamiliar or group-based child sexual abuse, especially where children are being presented as sort of challenging rather than victims?
Thanks for the question. I think the review is really important. It's also important to say that there was no direct criticism of Police Scotland within the review. I think that's really important. There are several areas which are of focus. One of those is, to your point, around the best interests of the child. So how do we as partners make sure we are balancing the needs of the investigation versus the needs of the child? And it's always a difficult balance to make. We know that we need to get the evidence to present in a investigation, but also the child is at the heart of that. So in terms of that, we are making sure that our trauma-informed practice is embedded at the heart of everything that we do, that we are working with partners around early identification in terms of issues there. I think multi-agency safeguarding and information sharing is key. I think we have some really good processes in place currently. I think that's taken time to develop, and I'm confident that we are in a much better position with partners than perhaps we were 10 or 15 years ago. I think just to reassure you, in terms of all of the learning points within the review, all of those are captured from our perspective and partners and are in train in terms of moving those forward. But I think a really welcome review, which was exceptionally detailed in terms of how we move forward as partners across the justice system together. And just one final point, if I may. Some of this, I think, to the Chief's point around digital investment in the system, I think some of that would make a huge difference to a child's experience of investigation right the way through to the court process. I think there's a lot we could do as justice partners in that system that would require investment at government level to be able to support some of the work that's going on in terms of that.
Chair, thank you. To add to that, I'll just highlight the work that HMICS, Craig Naylor and other inspectorate bodies, health, education, social services, examining the quality and the effectiveness of local safeguarding arrangements across the different agencies. So that work has begun. We are carrying out a self-assessment ahead of the different inspectorate bodies looking at those arrangements. So an important bit in terms of assurance of our processes at a divisional level. Each of these partnerships is led by our chief superintendents. So that's an important piece of work that was commissioned by the government and we're actively engaged in. Just to reiterate and I suppose create or identify further opportunities around use of body-worn video. There are now early discussions, and Gary Forsyth will be very familiar with this. The use of body-worn video by partners in making decisions in relation to safeguarding and public protection issues. Really powerful tool, far easier for professionals, I think, to make those decisions that are significant when you're able to see what the officers have often first been met with, as opposed to trying to understand and get context from a written document. So that I see as part of that second phase, and we've had some early discussions with one of the local authorities who are keen to be involved in that. So much more development to take place around public protection and safeguarding.
Thank you.
Thank you, Katerina, and thank you for the responses. The next person that I have that indicates a desire to ask a question is Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. I've actually got several questions as well. And following perfectly on from Katerina, my first question is in relation to violence against women and girls. In a fortnight which has just seen the Hampshire teenage rape case where 3 boys were convicted of rape, which is a very good outcome, and the bravery of those girls should be saluted, but resulted in a very sad outcome of rehabilitation sentences rather than prison, which has resulted in the case being referred to the Court of Appeal. That makes me question how are we going to know that we're making progress, given that just looking at the number of reported cases doesn't actually give us insight, whereas it might in other fields of policing. So probably a question which goes well beyond the scope of today's discussion, but I would be grateful for your insights into how do we measure progress.
Nancy, it's complex. However, I'm confident with our work with victims groups, we get anonymised feedback in terms of how we are operating, not least within what I would call high tariff investigations, but also right at the front end. So when our officers and staff are visiting victims for the first time, how does that interaction go? We get qualitative feedback around, and that's from victims in terms of their thoughts. They're interviewed around that, and we get that, and that informs how we change our policies, process, practice, and training moving forward. I think it's probably the first point. And then on top of that, we meet regularly with our senior stakeholders to have a really open conversation about how we are operating in terms of policing right across the system. And we have some discussions and thoughts in terms of how we do that, and we take feedback from them around things we could do different in terms of our practice, which works really effectively. We also monitor in the raw sense our data in terms of our detection performance. We look at areas of pressure. We look at workloads of officers and staff in terms of the public protection unit to see how they're managing that. We also use data to understand where our points of pressure are across different areas of policing, and there are different geographical areas in terms of that. So I think, and we monitor trends right across the UK, and we feed into all of those groups through MPCC, etc. So there's an awful lot that goes on around that to look at our performance, but I think we are not outliers in terms of the trend of seeing these types of offences rise right across from lower level to really serious offending in that area. So, and we work with our justice partners in Scotland really closely with the Crown and Judiciary as well to support victims throughout across the justice system. So hopefully that gives you a bit of an understanding of some of that. Thank you.
My second question is for the Chief Constable. Picking up on the questions that I asked the Chair earlier, you also had conversations with Lord Hogan Howe about the reform of English policing structures. You're in the rather unique position of having led an English police force and now leading the Scottish police force. I was curious as to what insights you would have shared with him.
Thank you. In actual fact, I received a letter from him yesterday thanking us for the time that we'd spent a few weeks ago. So in the discussions that I had with Lord Hogan Howe and his team, the themes covered discussions in relation to what were the national capabilities that were built during the development of Police Scotland that wouldn't have been available to some of the organisations, some of the legacy forces prior to the establishment of one national force, and what benefit did that bring to the public. We talked about efficiencies and best value and the savings that have been to the benefit of the public purse as a result of moving to one organisation. And we talked at length in relation to the enablers, and the Chair talked about some of them. So culture being a very strong one, and some of the lessons in relation to that, but also those technical digital enablers to create one system, one force, and the ability to share information at scale. And then probably the final theme, Nancy, related to the localism agenda, and how do you overcome the challenge that in building a national service you forget the local, and how do locally elected officials and communities have a voice in policing. Now that was built into both the legislation around the Police Fire and Reform Act, but also then was I suppose a structural and a very deliberate decision to maintain 13 divisional areas with chief superintendents that link in across local authorities, and they are scrutinised by elected officials to ensure that local voices are heard. And that theme is one that is very alive in the discussions that are taking place with my colleagues south of the border. How do you maintain the local and at the same time create the national? And we talked extensively in relation to those points. Thank you.
My third and final question, you'll be glad to know, but it's the meatiest one. It's a question I touched on at the last board meeting, and I'm doing it again this time, football. In the first parliamentary session of the new parliament, the first urgent question was on footballing. And Angela Constance commended Police Scotland's policing of the Scottish Premier and highlighted the impact on the public and on policing. But also emphasised the need for accountability to sit with football clubs and governing bodies. And that's something that you have also emphasised. Between now and the previous board, we've seen some pretty horrible scenes. So what I would like to understand is, how is your engagement with football clubs and football governing bodies going in terms of them stepping up to the plate and becoming more accountable? And bearing in mind what Angela Constance said, that no solution should be off the table, are there other things that should be done to hold clubs and governing bodies more accountable?
Thank you. So as I said in my speaking notes earlier on, this is a significant public safety issue. And we know that communities, businesses and supporters are being affected and disrupted. Most of the people who attend football are decent, law-abiding people. I've been really strong in calling out and condemning the violence that we have seen, and I would describe it as it continues and it's escalating, and it is a terrible state of affairs when we have a situation where police are going into a crowd of fans as part of a medical emergency and to support and rescue a fan, and the police officers are attacked. And policing has a strong part to play in football, but there is no doubt, I have no doubt that accountability and ownership is lacking in around football in Scotland. And disorder, violence and thuggery goes unchecked and seems to be shrugged off. So some additional thoughts, Nancy. I think there is an absolute necessity for the two football authority bodies, the SFA and the SPFL, to strengthen their regulatory framework around football, and to be really clear with the public and clear with the clubs and clear with the fans what the sanctions are going to be if there are pitch invasions, for example. Because if we draw some parallels with UEFA, when UEFA imposed sanctions on football clubs, fan behaviour changes. But what I'm not seeing is a very clear intent by those football authorities. What is going to happen? What are the sanctions? And what are the strong and visible measures that they're going to take in order to control fan behaviour? So they're the authorities. The clubs have a role in stronger ownership of that fan behaviour, and they can ban fans from the ground. And the local authority and the safety advisory group also have a role to play in this. In relation to the Cabinet Secretary's points and nothing being off the table, the threshold for banning orders against those that commit offences in football grounds in Scotland is a higher one than south of the border, so there may be something to be examined there. And there's no specific legislation in relation to pitch invasions. So legislation would be useful, but I come back round. If the football authorities are clear on the sanctions for poor fan behaviour, 20% reduction in fans entering the ground, 40% a complete ban, in my view, we will very, very quickly see a control and a change of fan behaviour. But at the moment, the sanction through the criminal courts led by Police Scotland come some 12 months, 24 months, as I referenced in my speaking notes. That case went back to 2024. So that there isn't an immediate impact on individuals, and the weeks and months roll by, and nobody can see the consequence of that violence and thuggery. there is a lot of work to be done, I think, across stakeholders in football in Scotland to bring this under control.
Thank you, Chief Constable and Chair. And I think this is definitely an item that needs to be a recurring item because it does have such an impact on public safety generally, and it's something which is having an impact on lots of law-abiding people who enjoy football, as well as nearby businesses, etc., as well as police officers, and it's just not acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy, for your questions and your comments about how we as an authority progress this. I'm sure we will take that on to full consideration going forward. And thanks to the Chief Constable for her responses there. I still have a number of other members that have questions that they want to ask. And the next person I'm going to move on to is Gary, because I know that Gary does have a question that builds on the last questions in relation to football. But before I do that, he's also got another question that I just want to comment on. The Chief in our speaking notes referred to Operation Branchform and the very high profile and complex investigation around the embezzlement of funds relating to the Scottish National Party. An extremely complex, as you said, but a sensitive investigation. And I would also just like to, and I know he's sitting here, I would just like to commend ACC Stuart Houston and his team for the work that they did in this investigation. So thank you for that. So with that, could I please pass to Gary?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chief. Again, the breadth and quality of work that's displayed in your report is truly exceptional, and it is heartening to read that. So thank you for the report. As mentioned, I have two questions. First one, a follow-on from football, and secondly, on branch form. But I'll do the football one first, if I may. I mean, firstly, I welcome and support your very clear and uncompromising statement and position that you're adopting. It is embarrassing. And, I should also state as well that from my own personal professional experience, I recognise that the policing of football in Scotland is held in the highest of regard professionally across the rest of the UK. But still we see some appalling acts of violence which are an embarrassment to the game. It's great to see some of those sentences coming through the criminal justice system. I think ultimately, as people sadly lose their jobs when they're serving custodial sentences, probably lose their families in some respect, and will live very real world consequences of a moment of madness, of criminality, whilst they're on those terraces, that will feed through, and I think that will be a strong deterrent. But I'm also aware that the costs of policing football are not inconsiderable to create that environment. And whilst there are well-established processes for cost recovery of some elements of policing football, I'm acutely aware that the nature of the events that we've seen carries with it a significant investigative cost as well. And we've now got a number of investigations running which will be detailed, complex, have really problematic identification and evidential issues that run through them, and will cost a significant amount of money. And my concern was around that level of cost. And whilst we're having conversations with Scottish Government, is there some consideration to those bodies that aren't engaging or taking sufficient action to work with Police Scotland, and those people who are engaged with that could be made to feel some consequence of the impact of the cost of the investigations as well? Because I think I welcome the developments that are there, but I think everybody's keen to see this come to a really positive and swift conclusion, and making people bear financial responsibility in a range of different ways for those inactions would be a really positive way, I think, of doing that.
Thank you. A few different elements in terms of my response, Gary. So to give a flavour, nearly 800 police officers deployed on the 16th of May in response to the operation surrounding the football the football match. A number of those officers highly trained around public order tactics, and again, to the embarrassment and shame of everybody involved in this, we deployed in the Trongate in public order riot gear in order to manage the violence that was being faced. So in addition to that, those 700 plus officers, 400 of them should have been on a rest day on that day. So in terms, the additional cost of officers diverted from their normal place of work, and then the days will owe days back to colleagues there who have had their weekend disrupted. And while we accept that, because that goes with policing, that is policing, at the same time, if this had greater control around it with consequence, then we would not need to allocate such a significant resource. In response, Gary, to your point around, we now have a 20 to 30 strong investigation team working on the gathering of evidence and the prosecution of those involved in violence across the various games. If they weren't doing that, they would be investigating serious and organised crime, violence, sexual offences, domestic abuse. So that gives a flavour of what their day job would have been had we not been dealing with this ongoing issue. My early discussions with Neil Gray, I anticipate that football will be an ongoing theme. And while the different stakeholders in this space are all people that I've either spoken to in person or through one of my executive team, this needs to be an ongoing dialogue, which is why I raise it here, because too easy for us to go into the closed season and then it falls off the agenda, and we need to keep it on the agenda. So that engagement and to your point around, well, where does the cost then sit? So currently with us, and I think it'll feature in the discussions moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And secondly, if I can move on to branch form, it's fortuitous to see Stuart here today, because I was going to ask you to pass my thanks and compliments to Stuart and the team. I think it's fair to say not everybody understands and appreciates the level of personal leadership and integrity and courage that's involved in an investigation of this nature, and working over such a prolonged period under such intense scrutiny when the stakes are at the level that they are really does warrant some extraordinary congratulations and compliments to you and all of the team that have done that. So thank you. It's genuinely impressive, and the fact that it's resulted in a guilty plea as well is testament as well to a really comprehensive and detailed forensic investigation. I suppose the question that I have is, we've seen probably lots of reporting over the course of the last week, but it's focused around two headlines, and that one being the £400,000 that was embezzled, and then the 2.1 million cost of the investigation. And clearly there's a lot more colour and substance to the actual facts behind those headlines. And I wondered if you might be able to illustrate a little bit more of the complexity and what's involved in an investigation of that type in nature.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question, and thank you for your kind comments. I think investigations of this nature, where there's complexity, does require commitment of people over a period of time. We have a real benefit in Police Scotland with Specialist Crime Division, where we have investigators of a high standard that we can flex across from different investigations at different times to support. But I think with this particular inquiry, when you look at a need for, as you said, some operational security, integrity and protection of what was ongoing, that was a bit more challenging in this case, and that did require us to have a core team. And although the police inquiry was complex, I think it should be pointed out that working alongside the Crown Office and Procurator Fiscal Service throughout this was important to ensure that we were matching their commitment of what they were putting in for their preparation and assistance and guidance throughout the inquiry. But a key part of that was for us to ensure that we were still meeting the demands in other places. And as I say, the benefit of Specialist Crime Division is to have that ability to flex. When it came to days of action, where we were actually having more officers required, again, that was the ability to pull people in to assist with that and carry it forward in a timely fashion as we want. I know the question is really about the cost, and the fact is there is that that's something that's been well covered in the media, been subject of numerous freedom of information requests. But again, I would go back to the complexity of this, spanned a 12-year period of someone who is been continually covering their tracks in their accounting system that was difficult to unpick. You've probably all seen the number of items that were subject of the indictment, and again, it was given that thorough investigation to evidence every part of that and got us to the position where we were on Monday, where we did get a guilty plea. So there's a lot of work that has gone into that, and a lot of long-term commitment by a number of the team. And that's not just police officers, that's forensic accountant and police staff working to go through numerous financial documents that requires a good understanding of such complexity, but also an ability to show that as an evidential product at the end. So I do think there's sort of answer to all of that. I think it's the huge effort that was put in was jointly with Police, Crown Office and Procurator Fiscal Service to ensure we were in the best possible evidence was obtained at all times.
Thank you, Stuart, for the responses there, and thanks for the questions, Gary. If I could move on to Andrew.
Chair, thank you, and Chief Constable, thank you for your report. I wanted to ask further about police officer recruitment. It was encouraging to read the narrative which referred to the 2 intakes. Just like to get some reassurance that the pipeline is sufficient in scale to meet the requirements that you have for workforce. But also within it, 2 specific questions. Firstly, if you could touch on the diversity of new officers coming through, and secondly, a bit more on the last paragraph you have in that section, which is on the difficulty of recruiting in rural and remote communities. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a strong pipeline of recruits and people with strong desire to join Police Scotland. I, with a local magistrate, swore in 176 officers last week. So it's fair to say that the college is absolutely jam-packed with new recruits. But to your point in relation to diversity and how we ensure that we are representative of the communities that we serve, a key strand of the work around policing together references well-being, inclusion and representation. So that runs through our selection process. And we have individuals within the recruitment team who have a real focus and professional knowledge in respect of this, so that they ensure that from the point at which you make contact with us and indicate that you may want a career within policing, that we support individuals who are underrepresented with positive action, but at the same time our processes are fair and transparent. And we have in-house psychologists whose role is to routinely ensure that that the processes of selection are fair and equal to all, but at the same time appropriately being able to give additional support to individuals who are underrepresented within the organisation. And what I'm able to say is that across all the diverse groups, there is a trend of an increase. Whether that's in relation to gender, whether it's in relation to BME, we are seeing that positive trend, and we can get that data to you should you require it. So really positive indications in terms of us being representative of the communities that we serve, but always a real pleasure from my perspective to welcome new recruits into the organisation. And I think we've probably covered this previously, but we have very recently extended the duration of the training at the Police College to 15 weeks based on feedback around more time for our probationary officers to spend working through real life scenarios to ensure that they're equipped well before they start working with their tutors. Thank you.
Chair, if I could just follow up, the difficulties of recruiting for remote and rural communities, could you expand on that, please?
Apologies. We have a specific team, small team, who work up in the more rural and island areas of the country, who have a real sense not only of what the pipeline needs to be, but also have really good knowledge in terms of the difference that policing in a rural area, what the different challenges that it brings, because it is quite unique. But yes, a dedicated team to ensure that we've got that pipeline and we're able to fill the roles across those more rural and remote areas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Chief. If I could now move to Chris Cregan. Chris.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chief Constable, as ever, for your report. I just wanted to turn briefly to the section of your report and your remarks this morning about the increase to the terror threat level. And as you rightly said, the horrendous acts of violence in London. And I wondered if you could just provide us with some brief insight, acknowledging the reassurance you provided to the public, which is welcome, some brief insight into what that means in practical terms, and also acknowledging what you said in relation to community engagement, how you're ensuring an equitable approach to community engagement in this context. Thanks.
Thank you. So, important for me to say that ahead of the increase in the threat level, we had already increased both our engagement and our patrols, particularly around the Jewish community, places of worship, key pockets of communities across various locations in Scotland. So this wasn't a matter of the threat level changed and all of a sudden we went, we were very cognizant and watching and picking up from colleagues south of the border that momentum that was coming with those attacks. So we built on already well established links and engagement with the Jewish community. So there was no surprise to that community and to those leaders that we felt we needed to increase our visibility and engagement, and they welcomed that. And the posture and our visibility is reviewed on a regular basis, taking direct feedback from them. If I reflect on the meeting that Katrina and I had, I was grateful for the members of the Jewish Council in Scotland in terms of their positive feedback, but we also had a real sense of the fear that exists across those communities, their communities, and how much of that is generated online. Colleagues will be familiar with the types of vile material that is posted. So we will continue to work with them and have that ability to have a really real sense of, are we getting this right? Is our posture right? Are we ensuring that we are alive to the impact on those communities? and the ongoing development of ensuring that we've got an intelligence picture which speaks directly to the work that Stuart's involved in. I don't know. Do you want to come in specifically in relation to that?
Yeah, thank you, Chief. I just think you're really probably clear. I know that we have a raised in the level, and it's probably quite good to give a bit of a definition of what that actually means in relation to previously at substantial, where it's determined an attack is likely, moves to severe as an attack is highly likely. So it's a slight change in that. And the key part for us is, one, as has been mentioned by the Chief Constable, is about engaging with communities, where that may be, that's to allow us to not only sense their concerns, but also about any further community tensions that we can feed into a wider UK picture. And that's us about sharing intelligence with partners to ensure that we're getting a true threat assessment, particularly we look at upcoming events to make sure that we've got that fuller picture over the course of the summer months as well. But it is something that's constantly monitored, and obviously the teams that work with myself are connected with partners in CT policing and other areas to ensure we're well up to date and engaging at the right level.
To your point about equity or fairness, so two points there. Policing Together dedicate significant resource to this area of business. But that is complemented at a local level through our community policing teams. And part of our new community policing model, Policing for Our Communities, has dedicated officers at a local level, and that's the strength of the model. So Policing Together provide a level of expertise and, I suppose, enhanced knowledge, but that is complemented at a local level through our community policing. So working hand in glove across, so to ensure that we're able to respond to those tensions and that feedback, and at the same time provide that opportunity and that reassurance.
Okay, and the final person that I have that's indicated that they have questions is Angela.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the Chief Constable for a very comprehensive report. I've got three areas. I'll just talk through the three, if that's okay. Firstly, just to say congratulations on the event that you held for the Special Constables. I think recognising the work that they do in our communities is really, really valuable, and the number of hours that they commit is really impressive. So I think that was a very welcomed event. It was in relation to the earlier question in public service reform, and I'm just conscious that while there's a lot of work in the justice sector, there's equally work going on in other sectors, other parts of the public sector, and equally conscious of the impact that changes in other areas, other sectors can then have on the work of Police Scotland. So I wondered whether there are opportunities or fora where these issues may be flagged to you. I also thought that, could you comment further on your engagement activity, which was really impressive, taking the time to commit to speaking to senior leaders across the country, whether or not there were any insights into further reform that subsequently provide opportunity for Police Scotland, but might also prove to be a challenge. Thank you.
Thank you. So in relation to the chief execs across the local authorities, many of us across the exec have engagement with them. So I have regular meetings with the chief exec of Argyll and Bute and of Dundee, who lead the network of chief execs across the local authorities. And in actual fact, as recently as this week, we have been discussing how we strengthen our local planning partnerships and ensure that as we develop our community policing footprint, we build on the good practice that exists across the local planning partnerships and that's a collaboration between ourselves, local authorities, and government and other partners, and myself and the two chief execs were talking in relation to how we do that, how we improve those partnerships, particularly around information sharing, and to Stuart's point, around a joint intelligence picture in terms of what is happening locally. So that's an ongoing piece of work. And then in relation to mental health, I have been talking in detail with chief execs of the NHS trusts. Myself and Katrina have a meeting with them in a few weeks' time. But what it's enabled me to do is to set out our changing position in relation to mental health demand, where we are as an organisation overcommitted, and where I need NHS partners to step up and step in. I'll highlight in Ayrshire and Arran there is a really superb model of mental health provision, where officers who need to respond and support somebody in crisis can then take the individual to a nurse-led provision in that area, and they are then looked after, and clearly the professionals there both have expertise but also have knowledge in terms of the history and the medical history of that person. That is the model that I think is required across Scotland. Now, recognising that there's difference between urban areas and rural areas, but that is the model that should exist, because at the moment, as you know, we are both overcommitted, and in many cases the only option is to go to an A&E department, which is neither suitable for the individual and is not really the location that is going to meet the needs of that individual. So those discussions are ongoing, and they include Public Health Scotland, who are part of that network of NHS chief execs. But that engagement speaks to both, I think, the opportunities that exist around ongoing reform and collaboration, but also the ability to restate and change this policy and practice position in relation to mental health. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Thank you, Chief Constable. I'm looking round. Does anybody have any further questions for the Chief on her report? No? Chief, do you have any final comments to make?
No, thank you, Chair, but grateful for the thanks to Stuart and his team in relation to Operation Branch Reform. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm conscious that we've been going for 2 hours and people probably are in need of a comfort break. So it's 3 minutes past 12, so if I can ask you to be back here for 13 minutes past 12 when we'll move on to the Chief Executive's report. Thank you. Okay, thank you to everybody for returning so promptly after the comfort break. If I could just move swiftly on then to agenda item number 6, which is the Chief Executive's report, and I'll hand straight over to Chris now.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to talk through my report. There's just one theme I really wanted to pull out, and it's something that's been touched on already in this meeting, and that's public sector reform. As you know, Ivan McKee has now been appointed as Cabinet Secretary for Public Sector Reform, and I think that demonstrates that reform, if we didn't need to be told already, is now firmly at the heart of government and towards the top of the agenda. It's not entirely clear yet what the focus will be, but given the Scottish Government's acknowledgement of a potential £5 billion fiscal gap by the end of the decade, it's probably reasonable to envisage that there will be more explicit targets from the Scottish Government. I think that's inevitable and necessary. On that basis, I have been speaking to Scottish Government officials about how we can meaningfully engage in this discussion at the earliest opportunity. Now, of course, policing does have a track record of delivering reform and is now, to use the words of the Chief Constable, in the midst of the second phase of policing reform in Scotland. In fact, during the budget setting process, we spoke at length about efficiency and effectiveness, how to cut waste and bureaucracy and drive automation through technology-enabled transformation. I think delivering on this will underscore our collective ambition to continue to reform and to contribute to the public sector reform agenda. Finally, I should probably also acknowledge the work that the Chief referenced earlier to look across the whole justice system around service design and technology-enabled solutions as well. And I think summary case management is a very good exemplification, actually, of where there's great potential to look across the whole system with partners in terms of delivering both efficiency and, I guess, even just as importantly, better outcomes for all participants in the justice system as well. So, on that note, Chair, we're just going to leave it there and open up to any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chief Executive. I have a number of members that have indicated that they wish to ask questions on your report. And if I could turn first to Pauline.
Thanks very much, Chris, for your report. Just picking up on that issue of public sector reform, and of course, last year the government also published its medium-term financial strategy 2, which obviously showed flat cash financial settlements for the coming years. What do you foresee as the implications of that public sector reform for the policing family in the short, medium and long term?
Thanks, Pauline. You're right in that flat cash was the assumption across the whole of the public sector, with one or two exceptions, as part of the spending review. So I think in terms of the implications, we have to be very clear about put simply, what flat cash would mean for the policing system. I think that position will probably evolve and be refined as the Scottish Government lean more into the public sector reform agenda. There was obviously the public sector reform strategy from, I think, a couple of years back. I'd see that certainly evolving into something that's perhaps a bit more targets-based with incentives and disincentives. I think the funding settlements for different parts of the sector will obviously be slightly more differentiated than they currently are within the spending review, which obviously took a very broad brush approach. But in the immediate term, certainly by the end of the summer, we are going to see the first cut of our medium-term financial strategy, which will consider scenarios like flat cash and, of course, other potential scenarios as well that will be developed, so that the board and other observers can understand the implication of different funding settlements on the organisation. And I know that the CFO and our team are working on that now.
Next person that I have, I think building on that theme, is Nancy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chris. I was particularly interested in the Justice Board and wondering what are the concrete outputs and impact of the work of the Justice Board? And does it just focus on what I'll call grand designs, or does it also look at nitty-gritty things? For example, we've heard earlier how body-worn video is helping manage police officers' time when they have to go to court. Is there more that can be done there, or police time in dealing with citations? So things where it places a high demand time-wise on policing without actually having a significant impact, or the ways of doing things better. So just a bit more insight into the work of the Justice Board would be helpful.
Of course, thanks, Nancy, and Police Scotland may have a view on this as well. I think the Justice Board is potentially a very important vehicle to drive system-wide collaboration and reform going forward, probably more so even than in the past. And I would suggest that it is a strategic level forum, so it's not really down in the weeds. It is where some of those more big-ticket cross-cutting initiatives can be developed, shaped and executed and monitored as well. And I think that the work that the Chief described is something that's very high up in the agenda just now, which is looking at almost like transversal service design across the system, and how technology enablement can kind of improve outcomes and efficiency in the way that digital evidence sharing capability has done so successfully.
Chief, could I invite you in to add to that response from the Chief Executive?
Thank you, Chair. I see the Justice Board being that vehicle in terms of promoting the work that we're suggesting and starting to think through on what that design would be, and then also the resourcing of that. I see Police Scotland having quite a key part in terms of supporting the development and the resourcing of a team, of a body that will develop the changes that I think are required, and I think would be welcomed by everyone, but predominantly victims of crime who are engaged across the system.
Thanks, Chief. And I think the Chief Executive would like to come back in on this.
And if I could just add to that, so the Justice Board and the justice system is one axis along which we see synergies. There's also, through a different lens, blue light collaboration as well, known as the Reform Collaboration Group, which has been in force for at least a decade now, probably just post police and fire reform. And whilst the most obvious synergies, I think, are in the justice system, there are collaboration opportunities that are exploited across blue light as well, and I think co-location probably being the most notable, most relatable one.
Possibly, I imagine, mental health issues.
Yes, absolutely, and that ties into some of the Chair's comments from earlier, from his conversations with the respective chairs of SFRS and the Scottish Ambulance Service.
Thank you, Nancy. If I could move on then to Angela.
Thank you, Chair. My question on public service reform has largely been asked, but Chris, could I just ask about the Gaelic language plan, and just for the assurance of the board, what steps we take to assess the impact of that plan and the deliverability of it?
I'll start with deliverability, if that's okay. So our Gaelic language plan is one of a number of public body duties which we are required to comply with by statute. Due to the nature of our business, there is, to be honest, a limit to the contribution we can make in this space, but the plan does seek to meet our basic obligations to contribute to the preservation and promotion of the Gaelic language in our work. The most recent monitoring report highlights that we're 45% of the way through our overall planned commitments. Given everything else that we have to manage, I think that's a fairly satisfactory progress in the context of everything else that, like I say, that we're working on. The report itself outlines that the most significant area in which we've made progress includes the rollout of bilingual corporate branding across the authority, forensic services as well, and our independent custody visiting scheme. We have a new website with bilingual branding visible on every page and the ability to filter on Gaelic content in the publication library. Now, in terms of monitoring, I must say I'm not aware of any particular research that has, sorry, not the monitoring, the impact, Angela, forgive me. We're not aware of any particular research that assesses the impact of any of this, but that's something that certainly we can look into for sure.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. I'm looking around. Does anybody have any further questions for the Chief Executive in relation to his report? No? So, thank you, Chief Executive. If we can move on to agenda item number 7 now, which is the National Crime Agency update. And I am delighted to welcome Graham Biggar, who's the NCA Director General. He has attended for a few years now to provide an update on NCA work in Scotland. So we'll hand now straight over to Graham and look forward to hearing him speaking to the report.
Thank you, Chair. Really good to be here again. I'm conscious there are a number of new members around the room, so just a word on what the NCA is first. So, intelligence-led law enforcement agency that has a mandate across the whole of the United Kingdom. I primarily report to the Home Secretary for England and Wales, but obviously we operate in Scotland and Northern Ireland as well. So we take really seriously our responsibilities in Scotland and Northern Ireland and our accountability to you as the SPA. So delighted to be here each year. We also attend the Performance Committee every 6 months as well. What our activity is in Scotland, so we work in Scotland and we work outside, but on issues that really matter to Scotland and crime that is taking place in Scotland. We have an organised crime partnership based in Gartcosh, which is a joint team between us and Police Scotland. Police Scotland obviously have the lead for any crime in the UK, and any activity we undertake in Scotland is with the permission of the Lord Advocate. But what we are doing is adding our unique value to the investigations that are taking place in Scotland and the crime that is taking place here. As well as that, then we are then working on crime that has more of a UK-wide or international nexus, but that can absolutely impact Scotland. And that might be cybercrime that is coming online from kind of any which way. It might be drugs which are obviously coming from overseas into the UK, and we can intercept them before they get not just into the UK but into Scotland, or child sexual abuse, which is also happening online. So that's the type of activity that we are involved in. Just before I get into the substance, I wanted to just pick up on branch form very briefly. There was an extra point I thought was worth making. The Chief in her introductory remarks said that the NCA did a peer review at the request of Police Scotland of the operation back in 22-23, so we have some insight into it. And absolutely, as everyone has said, it's been a complex and important investigation. But I also wanted to draw out that when Police Scotland, the formation of Police Scotland was being considered back in the early 2010s, before it was set up in 2013, one of the concerns was that if you had a single national police force, it would get too close to the government and it wouldn't be able to hold the government to account or investigate the government when it needed to. And I think one thing that branch form has shown, and I don't doubt the complexity that's been involved in this and the media interest and the challenge, is that that has happened, that it has been possible, and where crime has been committed, the police have been able to hold that individual to account. And I think that's a really important thing that Police Scotland have managed, that the Scottish Society have managed. And I think then that links into the police reform in the UK, which I'll come on to as well. So one of the things that we need to be very careful as we look at police reform in England is that in creating a national police service, we still have the ability to have operational independence from the government and investigate everyone without fear or favour. And I think the example in Scotland shows that that is possible. So congratulations again to Stuart and the team for the work on that. One other thing we do in the NCA is we have the responsibility of holding the overall intelligence picture for what is happening on serious and organised crime across the country. We do a whole series of assessments throughout the year on that, but including one overarching one which we publish, and that we published in March, and I think we've sent a copy or a link to it to all the members. But just to very quickly summarise what it said in terms of the overall serious and organised crime threat to the UK. We assessed that it had gone up over the last year, but not uniformly across all the threats that we look at. It had particularly gone up in drugs, and then in money laundering, and money laundering often follows drugs, as most of the money that is made out of crime comes from drugs. It had gone up in cyber as well, but it had not gone up. It had stayed stable in a number of other areas, including child sexual abuse, modern slavery and human trafficking, and firearms. Looking across all the threats, we had picked out 4 cross-cutting themes over the last year. The first of those was the extent to which criminal groups were converging and diversifying. So historically, they were more focused on one crime, but the way crime has evolved, many more are branching across into different areas and rubbing up against each other. Secondly, we have seen more explicitly the impact of geopolitical events on the nature of serious and organised crime affecting the UK. One manifestation of that has been Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which has affected us here in the UK. Another has been the lack of clear governance and grip by countries in some parts of Southeast Asia, which has enabled really significant industrialised fraud factories, scam centres, to be set up there, which are preying on people right round the world, including in the UK and Scotland. So that was the second cross-cutting theme. The third was technological transformation. I'll come back to that in just a second. And the fourth was, as a result of those first 3, the increasing harm that serious and organised crime is posing on people in the UK. I said I'd come back to technological transformation. One of the conclusions we reached in the assessment this year was that previously we have said that technology has been a really important enabler of crime. And this year, for the first time, we concluded that it is now actually driving crime. And it's driving crime, obviously, in the areas of cybercrime, online fraud, child sexual abuse and exploitation, always has. But it's also driving more traditional crimes as well, drugs most obviously. So that's been a really important switch and poses a really important challenge for us in law enforcement in the NCA and Police Scotland about being able to match that technological transformation. It's a report worth reading, so if you have not had a chance to flick through it, I would commend it to you. Very quick highlights of what's in our report, which has been shared with you, and actually a slight update. We measure our results by disruptions. Many of you will have come across before, so an activity that has had an impact on serious and organised crime. The report, I think, says that we had 210 in the last 6 months. Sometimes those get reported late, so it's now up to 220. So 220 disruptions in relation to Scotland in the last 6 months from the NCA. That's an almost 10% increase on the previous, on the kind of three-year average, so that is good to see. There's lots of detail in the report. I thought I'd just pick out 2 areas for a bit more detail now. One, drugs, and one, child sexual abuse and exploitation. So on drugs, the proportion of our activity on drugs looks like it has reduced in the last 6 months. And that's actually due to there being fewer border referrals, we call them. So people who are intercepted at the border, often coming off a plane, often with a suitcase full of cannabis, often coming from Thailand. So that's been a real trend over the last 2 or 3 years that we've seen. Started at Heathrow and then has spread to other airports around the country. And we had quite a few of these in Scotland, in Glasgow and Edinburgh last year and the year before. It's slightly reduced in the last 6 months, which is good to see. That is not the activity we want to be focusing our effort on. We want to be going for higher harm drug criminals, the high-value targets, the controlling minds. So that has switched is not a bad thing. And good that it's down here, because it's not down in England. There's still a huge number of people coming in with suitcases full of cannabis. We know, and we put out in our assessment as well, that drugs remains the biggest single driver of certainly serious crime, but actually all crime in the UK. And as we deal, and you covered this in some of the questions earlier on, with the crimes that either are increasing in scale or our understanding of them is increasing, including violence against women and girls, all kinds of online crimes, which are really important, and I'm happy to speak at length on those. But we can't forget that drugs, which feels like our traditional crime that we've been battling for decades, is still really big and is in fact growing. So we are seeing more cocaine being produced, mostly in South America, and exported. And as a result, we're seeing the wholesale price in the UK reducing. We're seeing consumption go up, and we can see that in the wastewater analysis. And we're seeing deaths go up as well. So drug-related deaths in the UK as a whole have doubled in the last 10 years. Interestingly, from a fairly low base, drug-related deaths that have involved cocaine have increased tenfold in that period. So we normally associate, and absolutely rightly, drug deaths with opioids and heroin and polydrug use, and that absolutely still is the dominant factor. But increased deaths from cocaine have been really important. The other factor that's changed in drug deaths in the last 3 years has been the introduction of synthetic opioids into the drug supply chain, often to cut into heroin, sometimes to produce in pill form too. And that's been a particular issue in Scotland. So they have first emerged in June and July 2023 in the UK. So we've had about 3 years of them. And about 6 weeks ago, we hit 1,000 deaths directly related to nitazines, one of the most powerful synthetic opioids, over that 3-year period. Over a third of those deaths across the UK have been in Scotland. So it's been a real issue here, as I'm sure you are all well aware. And the other thing that has been interesting is that, we have put a really sustained effort across law enforcement, across health, across the UK, absolutely involving Police Scotland, to try and stamp down on nitazines and reduce the harm that is coming from them. And we have had some success in that. So the overall number of deaths across the UK from nitazines in 2025 was actually slightly lower than in 2024. And we had really been fearing, like in the US with fentanyl, that this could really explode and cause many more deaths than it has. But actually, it seems to have peaked and reduced slightly. That hasn't happened in Scotland. So the rate in 2025 in Scotland was higher than in 2024. So it's not the only part of the drug challenge. It's a very complex drug challenge in Scotland, as you'll be well aware of. And we need to be not just focusing on nitazines, but any new drug types coming in, orphines, there's a whole series of other ones, but something we need to keep a really careful eye on. Part of how we deal with that is to be looking really hard for pill presses and for nitazine synthesizing laboratories. Police Scotland have been very successful in identifying pill presses. It's been really good. It's been a joint effort between Police Scotland, the previous CABSEC Justice, and the NCA in London in getting legislation passed in the UK Parliament to control the availability of pill presses, and we're now able to take stronger action against those. We have also seen, beyond just pill presses, nitazine synthesizing laboratories emerging in the UK, and we've found 2 so far. And both have been in Scotland. They're mentioned in the report over the last year. So that's been joint operations between the NCA and Police Scotland, but a really high priority for us. And one of the challenges with this is it's not necessarily the most sophisticated criminals who are producing this. Some of the synthetic opioids, the nitazines, can be just imported in fast parcels by relatively low-level criminals. It doesn't have to be the most senior players, but we're having to adapt our targets because the harm that comes from those synthetic opioids is so great. I just wanted to mention as well, one thing that we haven't covered, I think, in this session so far is portalage. So the brilliant work that Police Scotland have been leading in response to the increased violence between those 2 drug gangs. And that is absolutely a Police Scotland-led operation, and they've been doing some fantastic work on it. But we have been contributing to a little bit in Police Scotland with capabilities, but more with our International Liaison Officer network overseas in trying to identify where some of the principals are, get them arrested and get them returned to the UK. So I think it was in the Chief's report, but Stephen Jameson being sentenced earlier this month, last month, I can't remember, but for 6 years, key member of that group, was a really important step. That comes from really close cooperation that Police Scotland have with us, and that we then have with law enforcement colleagues in a whole range of different countries around the world, most notably in the last period in the UAE and in Spain. So important step forwards, more to come on that, I am sure. Child sexual abuse and exploitation, just briefly, is increasing in volume, and it is increasing in severity, and the children that are being targeted are getting younger and younger. This is a real challenge for all of us. We have made an assessment a few years ago now, but it has stood up to scrutiny that there are between 740 and 840,000 adults in the UK who pose a degree of sexual risk to children. A startlingly large number. We received last year 92,000 referrals from online, from tech companies, from social media companies of suspected child abuse on their platforms that related to the UK as a whole. We then do some intelligence development, some triage on those referrals and pass them on to the relevant police force. In the last year, we sent just over 3,000 of those referrals to Police Scotland. So it's a mammoth amount of demand, and it has been increasing. And actually, it's been increasing since last year. So in April, we had 12,000 of those referrals. So 400 each and every day coming in that we have to look at and pass on. So a real challenge in child sexual abuse and exploitation. That is one compelling reason why last week I, with Gavin Stevens, the chair of the National Police Chiefs Council, put out a statement and had a press conference about our view on the extent to which children under the age of 16 should have access to social media. Happy to answer questions on that later, but our view is enough is enough. We have been trying to get the tech companies to make their products safer for children for the best part of a decade, and they are not yet safe. What we are saying is not that we want an absolute ban of under 16s being able to use social media, but that the features that exist on pretty much all of these platforms, the features that are dangerous, should be removed or made safe by the tech companies so that children can safely use social media. At the moment, they cannot. So we'll be really interested in watching closely the conclusions that the UK government reaches on that issue on which they're consulting at the moment. I wanted to briefly mention Beacon Port, so our response to grooming gangs offences, so group-based child sexual exploitation, which has been a big challenge and a big issue north of the border, I know, as well as south of the border. So for England and Wales, we have set up Beacon Port, which is National Crime Agency led, but working with policing, where we're going to be reviewing all cases that resulted in no further action between 2010 and 2025. And that is a large number of cases, but just to check that all the right lines of investigation were followed and an opportunity to prosecute was not missed. Now, the mandate for that work has come from the London, the Home Office, and so applies to England and Wales, but we are a UK-wide organisation and we want to make sure we're working really closely with Scotland and Northern Ireland, so we have with Police Scotland and reached an agreement about how we're going to take this forward. So Police Scotland are absolutely feeding into our overall data capture exercise on this so that we understand what all the cases are, so that we can spot what the trends are and we can spot where potential offenders or victims have gone across a border, including between Scotland and England. And Police Scotland are going to follow the same basic methodology that we are to do the review of the no further action cases. So we won't do them for them, but they will use basically the same methodology. So I think that's a good position to have reached on a really important issue. Finally, just a word on police reform. So you've mentioned Lord Hogan Howe visiting a few times. Just one step back from that. So these reform proposals that were released by the UK government in January, they came from a number of police leaders, including myself, getting together over the preceding 2 years to think about what was the future for policing, largely in England and Wales, but across the UK as well. What did we need to change and get better? And we put proposals into the Home Office 2.5 years ago now, which through various iterations ended up in the white paper that was published in January. One part of those proposals is to look at the 43 forces in England and Wales. And that's what Bernard Hogan-Howe, Lord Hogan-Howe, is looking at, and clearly really important that he learns the lessons from the merger here in 2013. But that is only one part. And my major point on that is the number of forces you end up with matters. And my personal view is around 10 would be a good place to reach. But at least as important as that is who gets to make what decisions, the governance you have, what's going to be decided nationally, what's going to be decided in the regional or local forces, how you get the right accountability around it. I'm much more focused on getting that right than on whether it's 10 or 15 or 20. That is critical. The number of forces, though, is only one part of the reform. There are also a series of reforms to workforce, a series of reforms to the technology we're using. So there was a new police AI unit that's been set up, for example. And then particularly relevant to the National Crime Agency, the establishment of a national police service. So a new organisation that's going to include what is currently the National Crime Agency, counter-terrorism policing, and the regional organised crime units in England and Wales, as well as a series of other functions that are currently delivered nationally in England. So to put them together into a single, much bigger law enforcement organisation for primarily England and Wales, but for serious and organised crime, also for Scotland and Northern Ireland. Now, this will see the end of the organisation that I currently lead, but I have absolutely advocated for this to happen. So I think it's essential that given the increasing overlap between serious and organised crime and terrorism, partly in the type of crimes that are being committed, but particularly in the type of workforce that we need, the capabilities that we need, the relationships we need to have, that at the moment we're duplicating them and we'd be more effective together. But also because we've seen new crimes that are emerging that need to be dealt with nationally that don't neatly fit into the locuses of, or the loci of those two organisations. And actually violence against women and girls, Kat's question earlier on, it is one of those. Now, that is always going to have to be dealt with locally, and a lot of it will be absolutely local. But there is an increasing national and international footprint to this. And there are cases, as Bex mentioned in her response, that we're having to deal with online. And we need to be able to look at that picture nationally if we're going to be able to tackle it. I'll pause there. I'm sure there'll be lots of questions. I look forward to them.
Thank you, Graham. I'm sure I speak for all the members when we say your insights are invaluable. Really appreciate you coming up here. Really appreciate the paper that you've produced. But I think most importantly, the way that you've explained to us today all the work that you're involved in and that key partnership that you have with Police Scotland. So if I could open it up to questions, and first of all, well, I do have a number of people that have indicated, could I turn to Gary?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Graham. Welcome, it's good to see you. Thanks for coming up today. I think you'll know I'm a big fan of the NCA, and I absolutely recognise the benefits of constructive and positive working relationships, having enjoyed many of them. So it's great to have you here. And as part of our induction, I was lucky enough to go to Gartcosh and have a presentation from your team, and that level of relationship and interaction that exists within there is genuinely impressive, so thank you for that. If I could turn then to your report, and I don't know if you'll be able to answer this because it's a bit of a technical question maybe, but I noticed that prior to the wastewater monitoring ceasing, that there was a higher level of heroin being recorded and tracked in Scotland than there was in England. And yet I see in the 34 disruptions that are listed against drugs in the report, none of those are against heroin, albeit 4 are against synthetic opioids. And I was just wondering, does that mean then that we have a gap in our heroin understanding and enforcement, or does it mean that actually all of our heroin is now being fortified with synthetic opioids?
So yes, welcome to the board. Thank you for coming to Gartcosh. And I should say as well that typically each year we invite anyone from the SPA to come down to the NCA for a series of briefings and presentations. The last 2 years that's been done jointly with the Northern Ireland Policing Board. we absolutely repeat that invitation. So hope to host you in London in the autumn. On the wastewater and heroin, and I'm sure Police Scotland will want to come in. First point, we have found wastewater analysis really important. It started off being used in Australia quite some time ago, now being used in many European countries, been introduced into the UK slightly fitfully. But we are now using it across England and Wales. It's being used in Northern Ireland. It is disappointing if it's going to stop in Scotland if the funding's been withdrawn. It matters because, unlike some crimes, it's actually quite hard to know what the scale of the drugs challenge is. I mean, we can look at seizures, we can look at arrests, but no one is reporting the fact they've taken drugs in the way you might report a crime being undertaken. And the wastewater analysis can give us really quite precise indications of the scale of drugs being consumed and the type of drugs being consumed. And that helps us target our efforts, and it also helps us assess the impact of our efforts. And what they've seen in Australia, for example, is they do see a reduction in the consumption of drugs that follows on from very significant seizures. But it's quite hard always to assess our impact, so doing that matters. Heroin use has reduced in England and Wales, so we have seen a contraction in supply as the Taliban's introduced a ban on poppies in Afghanistan, and not a completely successful ban, but a partial ban, and it has reduced the supply. That is partly why we think we are seeing heroin being cut with synthetic opioids and nitazene, because there's a bit less heroin around, so you need to fortify it with something, and actually the synthetic opioids are cheaper to produce and easier to smuggle. In terms of our response, I mean, the NCA involvement is only a small part of what will be happening in relation to tackling drugs in Scotland. And the vast majority of disruptions in relation to drugs, and indeed the very best understanding, will come from Police Scotland. Our drug statistics in terms of the NCA have been very much skewed by our responsibility to deal with any drugs that are seized at the border. So it's not that we've been deliberately focusing away from heroin, it's that we are required to deal with cannabis seizures at the border. And across the UK, we have seen a big increase in these, and therefore a shift in our effort from where we want to be, the highest impact investigations against the most sophisticated criminals, into dealing with what is a relatively simple case file of often teenagers arriving at the airport after a holiday they've been paid for to have in Thailand and bring back 25 kilograms of cannabis. So it's a kind of forced shift away from the activity we want to be doing onto other activity. As I said, those have reduced in Scotland. Long may that continue, those border referrals, and that frees up a bit of capacity in our organised crime partnership team to look at other investigations, which will absolutely be into cocaine, absolutely be into heroin. But the thing we are most focused on, because it is most harmful, is the synthetic opioids. And we absolutely have had investigations into that, seizures, arrests, and those will continue. I expect Police Scotland might want to come in on that as well.
Yeah, thank you. I think that really point about the heroin and the fact is we are seeing increasing use of nitazines. And the point you mentioned there is that we see high harm drugs being one of our top 3 vulnerabilities that we focus our intelligence requirements and gathering on. What the Director General has described as the fact that we've found labs in Scotland, the fact is that that's where we're seeing still that steady use of heroin may be a really good indicator of why that is. And it's something that certainly we work together collectively on a daily basis to say how can we upstream that for the production of nitazines being used to fortify the heroin in Scotland.
Thanks for that. And if you don't mind, could I invite our Director of Forensic Services in to comment on this?
No, thank you, and the report's really interesting. And I think the synthetic opioids and the risks and issues associated with nitazines is absolutely a priority in terms of us making sure that we can provide the services to Police Scotland, particularly around the clandestine labs. So there's a lot of work ongoing for us to make sure that we're developing the services to stay up to speed with the changing drug use trends.
Thank you, Fiona. If I could move on then, the next person that I have is Angela.
Thank you again for the report. It was in relation to drugs, but it spans beyond that. I'm just wondering, there's a reference in here to the sentences which have been applied to two cases that you mentioned in your report. And I wondered whether or not you're seeing a trend in changing patterns of sentencing in relation to the crimes that you're investigating and bringing forward.
Thank you. So I don't have data on how the sentences differ between Scotland and England. Actually, I don't know that. What we have seen is the average sentence that we get from an NCA investigation increase over the last few years. And if you take out the border referrals jobs that we do, which are quite big in volume but kind of lower in complexity and get lower sentences, it's been quite a significant increase. Now, that's partly because we have been pushing as part of our strategy to try and get to the more sophisticated criminals who, if we can convict them, should get longer sentences. It's partly been the trend that we have seen, certainly in England and Wales, to higher sentences being required by government and then imposed by judges. And my personal sense on that is that there is a real disparity that I feel uncomfortable with within those sentences. So we will routinely get sentences of 10 years and up to 20 years for drug criminals. And if that is a serious drug criminal who's been organising a network and ruining communities and using serious violence, then I'm perfectly comfortable with that. But we also see 8, 10, 12 years being imposed on a lorry driver who's bringing in, 10, 15, 20 kilograms of cocaine, which feels to me quite a significant sentence, particularly when you compare it to what individuals convicted of child sexual abuse get. So, I mean, child sexual abuse obviously ranges massively, and contact abuse and rape at the highest end of it. But it often starts with the viewing of indecent images of children, to use the legal term. And that sounds, quite dry when you say it like that. But that is watching videos of children being raped. And the very fact you are doing that is creating a market for those videos to be taken. And the very fact you are doing that is likely to escalate into further offending. And what we see in England and Wales, and I'd be surprised if it's very different in Scotland, is that 80% of those who are convicted for viewing indecent images of children do not go to prison at all. They either get a community sentence or a suspended sentence. So we have, on the one hand, someone who's importing 10 kilograms of drugs getting 10 or 12 years, and on the other, someone who's abusing children not going to prison at all. So personally, I would like to see a balancing, but that is very difficult politically, and the challenge that's certainly faced in England and Wales, and I know is faced in Scotland as well, is prisons that are creaking and are very full. So any rebalancing that happens just practically has to happen within the existing prison estate, or that which we're going to have over the next 5 years.
That's Graham, and thank you, Angela. Polly.
Graham, many thanks for coming along today, and thanks for all the work that you and the team are doing, and you in particular for your leadership of the NCA and going forward around policing reform. I was going to ask further around police reform and the implications for tackling serious and organised crime as it impacts Scotland, but I do think that you've covered that. The other area that I was going to ask was around child sexual abuse, and my questions around that have been covered too. Thank you.
Thanks, Pauline. Yes, it has been very comprehensive, your update and also your responses to the questions today. Does anybody have any further questions? First of all, can I go to Brian and then Nancy?
I'm a fairly new member to the SPA, and the data on child sexual abuse is quite astounding. If I do my maths correctly, there's over 10 a day disseminations to Scotland, and more than one arrest and one child safeguarded each day. I just want to ask you something about which you touched on in your commentary. around that, which is, you talked about the features of social media, which are particular, I don't know, enablers of child sexual abuse. I wonder if you could say some more about that, what those features are.
Absolutely. And we did some video on this last week, so I can circulate that round if it helps. We listed 6 features, and inevitably, if I'm going to start listing the 6, I'm bound to forget one of them by the time I get to the end. That is just inevitable, isn't it? So the first is the mass discoverability of children. So one of the features of many platforms is you can go on and, at scale, identify children you are then able to message. The second is the ability to contact children directly if you don't have a relationship with them. So send a friend request into a child, and frankly, that should be blocked. And some platforms have done that already. The third is the ability to then start a conversation with children and move that conversation, that chat, onto an end-to-end encrypted platform. So some platforms are encrypted, but they're not end-to-end encrypted. And just to explain, that means that if it's encrypted but not end-to-end encrypted, it means that the platform can still see the traffic that goes between the two individuals. It won't want to most of the time, but it can. And that means it can run algorithms and checks over it. And if it spots sexualized chat, something that's illegal, then it can refer it to us. And that's where the 92,000 referrals that we got last year kind of came from. But some platforms are end-to-end encrypted, WhatsApp being the most famous, Signal, there are a number of others. And that means that the company can't see it themselves. So they've turned on end-to-end encryption, and as a result, blinded themselves to the child abuse that's happening on their platforms. So we'd want to see that feature turned off for children. The fourth is the algorithms that run on social media and the internet. And like the internet could not run without algorithms. That's what gives us lots of the benefit out of the internet. But these algorithms are also, without any safeguards, providing harmful material to children. So that might be providing pornography or child abuse directly to children. It might be providing them violent material or terrorist material. And what we are seeing is a normalization and a radicalization of, a normalization of abhorrent behavior or views and a radicalization of children online as a result of the algorithms feeding them more and more harmful information. The fifth, I'm nearly getting there, the fifth is the ability on a device to take, share or view nude images. Now that's kind of fundamental. If we could stop that happening, that would stop a lot of the problem. But at the moment, children are taking pictures of themselves and sending them sometimes to friends, and then they regret it afterwards, but sometimes to an adult that they've met online, and that is bad in itself, but then can spiral into horrible kind of blackmail. And I have absolutely forgotten the sixth, but I'll no doubt remember it in a second.
Thank you, Graham. And while you're trying to remember the sixth, could you answer Nancy's question? So, Nancy.
Thank you. I'm also one of the new members. Following very seamlessly on from the previous question, and thinking not just of child sexual abuse, but more generally of the online component of most criminal activity nowadays, do you think it's time for the government to ramp up accountability of online platforms and have, for example, legal requirements which are enforceable around safety by design?
Absolutely. I mean, we've been calling that from the NCA for the best part of the decade. There was the independent inquiry into child sexual abuse that Alexis J ran before she came up here to run the inquiry here. And that was part of our evidence into the inquiry 7 years ago. I made a number of speeches and interventions on this subject. We corralled the 32 European police chiefs to say the same thing. It is so fundamentally important. I mean, these are massive, wealthy and very impressive companies who are providing incredible tools that have benefited all of us, but without sufficient regard for the harm that they can also cause, and particularly the harm to children. And we have to deal with that. And we cannot leave it to the companies. This has been a market failure in that they are not going to provide it themselves, and governments have to step in. The Online Safety Act has provided quite a lot of that, so that has been a groundbreaking bit of legislation that has come in 3 years ago now, and 7 years in the making. 3 years now in the implementation, Ofcom leading that. And that is beginning to have teeth, and Ofcom are doing fantastic work in very difficult circumstances to hold the companies to account. But the technology is moving really quickly, and the harm is happening every day. And I do think there needs to be more bite and accountability for the companies. So, our proposal on the under-16 social media ban was that the government should introduce new legislation to effectively give Ofcom those more teeth, to say, unless you move those features are illegal. Whereas at the moment, Ofcom, they have to gather evidence, they start an investigation, they will reach a conclusion, go to the company, they will then have to take them to court, it will be judicially reviewed. It's a process that takes years. And we can't let that carry on.
Thank you for that. My second question, you touched on the withdrawal of Scotland from the wastewater analysis programme. Do you think that's a decision that should be revisited?
Well, I hope the new Cabinet Justice will look at that. Budgets are always tight and decisions have to be made, and I understand that. We have to do it in our own organisations too. But in the world of crime, where it is so hard to establish with confidence the scale of the problem and have a means of trying to assess the impact you're having on it, wastewater analysis does seem to me to be a really cost-effective way of improving your ability to do it. The one other thing I'd say is as we try and understand the pattern of drug use between Police Scotland and Forensics Scotland as well, there is really good data in Scotland. I mean, this is managed very well in terms of understanding the non-fatal overdoses, the drug-related deaths, understanding that quickly, understanding it to a really local level. You can see that happening in Scotland in a way that I don't think we quite match in England. So wastewater would definitely add a significant and important tool. I would urge the new CabSec to look at it. But you should be confident that the teams together are doing a fantastic job in trying to understand what's happening and enable their local police with health organisations to tackle it.
Thank you. My final question is around police reform. I've asked everybody their comments on this, but my question to you is slightly different. Thinking of the National Policing Service, what insights will you take into the development of that from your experience with Police Scotland and Forensics Scotland?
First, that it can be done. I mean, I think this has been a really important example for us to show what can work. I mean, clearly it's not the same, and Police Scotland is one organisation. You've got the LPAs, absolutely, but this is one organisation, whereas in England and Wales, we are still going to end up with a national police service, which is a single organisation at the national level, and then separate police forces at the regional level, and kind of governance between them and clarity about where the decisions are, but it is different. But you can see the economies of scale. You can see, the Chief mentioned it as well in her remarks, where you can then provide national capabilities in a better way than some of particularly the smaller areas could. You can also see all the challenges that come with creating a single national organisation in workforce, in technology, in culture, as everyone has mentioned, really important. And we do need to get the local accountability bit right. I mean, I feel really strongly, and perhaps I would, coming from a national organisation and primarily in my history, national organisation background, that the way technology and society has changed and become more interconnected, you do need to make more decisions nationally than we did, 20 years ago, 50 years ago. So there does need to be a shift of the pendulum to the national, but it is not complete. And you still need to leave local responsibility, empowerment as well. But just be really clear how those two things work. On the lessons I'll be taking in more generally, not just out of the Scottish experience, I think it is really important, I did a speech on this in March, that we take into the National Police Service, alongside the policing DNA, the DNA of the National Crime Agency. So we are the latest in a series of national law enforcement organisations that have worked really closely with policing and have come from policing in some cases, but are not policing. And have been able to bring together a different range of skills and people and have a different set of relationships than policing on its own has been able to do. And so we need to take the best of what the NCA has and make sure that really imbues the NCA as well, the NPS as well.
Thank you, Graham. And I also have Andrew looking to ask a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for a very comprehensive report with lots of granular detail. I wanted to ask about illicit finance and the trend of money laundering through the high street as traditional retailers leave that space. It's obviously been in the media quite a lot over the winter. And if I look at your report, superficially the numbers look quite big, but I suspect they're just scratching the surface in terms of what's going on out there. Could you give an indication of where you see your work stream in this area going forward, and also touch on where partner agencies may be holding you back? For example, you make reference to Companies House, and I do know it takes a long time to strike a company off at Companies House or remove a director, for example. So a little bit more information on this if you can, because I understand it's a very important area for modern slavery and drugs. Thank you.
I will try and keep this relatively brief. We should pick up later. There was an awful lot to say on money laundering. So, we assess that the amount of money laundered through the UK or UK corporate structures is over £100 billion a year. So really significant. And that's not all money laundered from within the UK. That is often proceeds of corruption or crime kind of overseas. And it isn't all coming necessarily into the UK, hence saying corporate structures, but really significant. A subset of that, though, is the money that is laundered from within the UK. We did an assessment a few years ago that the amount of cash, literally cash, so not really the proceeds of fraud, which is often already fiat currency of one sort or another, the amount of cash being laundered in the UK was about £12 billion a year. And then a proportion of that is being laundered through the high street. Now, we started taking a close look at this about 2 years ago. It has always happened, of course. The very word laundered, has come from the use of laundry shops to launder cash. But it did feel it was growing, and we were seeing a high street right around the UK that was struggling, and more shops that did not seem to have a legitimate economic purpose or credibility taking their place. So last March, so just over a year ago, we set up and ran our first Machinise intensification, it was called. So that was in about a quarter of police forces in England, where we got together the NCA with those local police forces, with local trading standards, with HMRC, to do a search, to go and look at lots of shops, go inside, see what they were doing. We did that. The starting point for that was money laundering, so our suspicion that money was being laundered through the high street. As we did it, it became clear that there was so much more to it. So we were finding counterfeit goods, cigarettes, vapes, other products. We were finding people working in those shops who did not have a legitimate right to be in the country, and some of whom were subject to kind of modern slavery and human trafficking as well. So it was really polycriminality, and of course many were being used to deal drugs as well. The other thing that really struck us out of that operation was this was one we had just set up and run ourselves, so there hadn't been a kind of particular push from any government for us to take action against this area. But the public attention that it got when we did it was really striking. And there was this really significant latent public concern about barbershops particularly, but just a series of illegitimate high street businesses causing problems on the high street. So we got a huge amount of attention and pickup. We ran the second big intensification in October, at which point all police forces around the UK were involved, and we got much bigger involvement and much bigger results as well. Now that's really positive. We have highlighted a problem, and we have done some significant intensifications around it. But I want to be really kind of honest as well about the success it will have. I mean, you go in, you disrupt briefly an illegitimate shop, seize some products, arrest someone. You go away, the shop might be shut down for a week, and it will either reopen the following day or next door. And so there needs to be a much more sustained attempt, which is not just looking at the criminality, but also looking at the economic viability of the high streets. If shops are going to be empty, then criminals will fill that void. We want a healthy high street with lots of kind of good growth taking place. So the government has clocked that, and the Chancellor personally. There was more money in the last spending review, specifically dedicated to this. A new unit has been set up in the Home Office, but working with other departments who have responsibility for growth, to try and have a better understanding of the challenges and try and make sure we bring together all agencies to address it. The final part of your question was, are there any partners that we are kind of struggling with? And lo and behold, me coming along and criticising other partners, I wouldn't naturally do that. I think we have energised partners who previously have not given this issue enough attention, all of whom are struggling with their own resource challenges and ability to deal with it. Companies House, you mentioned, is actually on a very significant upward trajectory. So separate debate for another time, but we are very pleased that 2 bills on economic crime went through Parliament a few years ago on the back of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which addressed some of the really significant challenges and vulnerabilities within the UK financial system. And part of that was to change the law around Companies House, and in parallel with that, give them extra funding to take action. So we are now working really closely with Companies House, and their competence has increased, and now their capability has increased. So we are seeing much better cooperation and outcome from them.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you, Graham, for coming and again presenting to us. As colleagues have said, a really comprehensive report, and it's so helpful to kind of get that national picture as well. So I'm interested in Operation Beacon Port. And I know we've spoken about this in the past as well in the setting, but it's just really quite helpful to have you here and Police Scotland here as well. So appreciate it. It was really helpful that you clarified that Police Scotland's using the same methodology. I suppose down south, what you have is there is a degree of independence by the NCA being involved, whilst here up north, it's Police Scotland is undertaking the review. So I suppose I've got 2 questions. I mean, the first one is around there may well be the perception of Police Scotland marking its own homework. So what are the safeguards that Police Scotland have put in place to avoid that criticism of it's just you reviewing your own homework from way back? So around the robustness of the approach. And then secondly, I was interested in how responsive you are in terms of if there is any early learnings or anything that's coming out, that's being fed into the system, both from a national level but also from a Police Scotland perspective. Because the difficulty with some of these reviews is you want to do a thorough job, it takes time, there's lots of data to crunch, but and so it's that balance between being really thorough versus actually if there's really early learning points somewhere that can be fed into operational best practice, how do you deliver them into operational best practice, so to say, in real time? Thank you.
So, I mean, I'm sure Police Scotland will want to come in on this as well. But in terms of the independence, I think I would say that Police Scotland are using the same methodology as us that we have kind of developed, which is putting a degree of rigour into the process, which I hope should inspire confidence. And secondly, the reviews. There is a separate team in Police Scotland, their central review team, that will be reviewing the work of other people within Police Scotland. So, okay, it's within the same organisation, but it is still separate people looking at it. And thirdly, just to use the England example, it's not that we are within the NCA now going to be ourselves reinvestigating what could be tens of thousands of cases. I think we've had 35,000 initially referred to us as potentially being in scope. But we're going to look and do an initial test on it, and then we will largely be sending those cases if we think there are lines of inquiry that weren't followed and there is scope for a further investigation, back to that force to look at again. So there will still be, and we can't really get away from that marking your own homework challenge. There just isn't, unless we were to set up a massively new police force and new people. There's always going to have to be elements of that. I think what we will see in England as well is that for particularly high-profile cases where it is obvious that confidence has been lost in the original police force, as happened in South Yorkshire in relation to Rotherham 15 years ago, then we will, in discussion with that police force, maybe send the case to another police force to look at or investigate it within the NCA. I think that will be the exception rather than the rule, but that will also be an option open to Police Scotland if there is a particularly high-profile case. And on the second part of your question, absolutely looking to feed the learning back in quickly. But I would also say that things have already changed a lot, in the last 10 or 15 years. So, what happened in Rotherham and in some other towns and cities around the UK, I don't think would happen in the same way now. Now, it's not perfect and we will still be making mistakes, but the practice within policing and with the NCA has developed a lot over the last 10 or 15 years. So it's already better, and then we will absolutely be taking the learning and not just waiting for the end, you're quite right, and pumping that out all the time through policing to try and get as good as we can at this. Thanks, Karen.
Chief or Stuart, would you like to come in and comment?
Yeah, thank you. Really just for myself, obviously the Police Scotland response is following very much the model that the NCA have done. And I think that part about having a dedicated review team who are looking at the crimes, that part about what was unsolved or unresolved at that point. I think the unique part for Scotland is the relationship with the Crown Office and Procurator Fiscal Service, looking at what was reported and what the outcomes were. That's the key important part of this. I think the extra bit as well, helping with a central review team based in Scotland, is understanding that process, but also the ability to tap into some academic partners here in relation to what's going to come out of this that will maybe form further recommendations for societal change in regarding child sexual abuse and exploitation, but also some of the sort of modelling and data modelling we've been doing, how we gather that in, has been really important to involve academia in that as well. So very much in line and very much in support of the NCA work. And I think it will give a wider aspect what it means to Pacific issues in Scotland as well.
I did say it was the last question, but I don't want to close down any discussion. Are there any final questions for Graham? No, thank you. Well, Graham, I think you can tell from the number and I think the quality of questions just how invaluable we found your report and your personal presence up here to actually speak to it and give us some real insights into the work of the NCA and how that supports and how Police Scotland equally supports the NCA. So thank you for that. Okay, so what we're going to do now is move on to the next item on the agenda, which is agenda item number 8, and it is the British Transport Police update. And it's a report submitted for discussion by Tricia Hayes, the BTP Authority Chair. Good afternoon and welcome to colleagues from British Transport Police and the British Transport Police Authority. I'd like to welcome Tricia Hayes, who is attending for the first time since her appointment as BTPA Chair, so congratulations on that. She is here along with Ian White, the BTPA Scottish Railways Policing Committee Chair, and also Chief Superintendent Lorna McEwen, who is the BTP D Division Commander. And without any further ado, I'll hand straight over to the BTP Chair to speak to her report.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's such a pleasure to be invited to join you today. Thank you very much for giving us time on what's clearly been a really busy day for you. I think you've already introduced my colleagues, so I won't do that again. There are a lot of new faces around the table, but also some familiar ones. Nancy, it's nice to see you. Gary, great to reconnect. This is actually my second visit to Glasgow since I took up the role of BTPA Chair in March. The first one that Nancy will remember, because she was there too, was not much more than 24 hours after the Union Street fire. For me, this was a really well-timed visit. I'm not sure if Lorna completely agreed. She looked quite exhausted by the time I arrived. But it was such a fantastic opportunity to see in real time the trust and operational cooperation between BTP and Transport Scotland and Police Scotland. It was a brilliant example of really joined up working in difficult circumstances. I'm really proud to have taken up the role of Chair of the British Transport Police. BTP is an ambitious and reforming force, exercising thought leadership in some issues which are important across the whole of policing, including violence against women and girls and professional standards. And it's a really interesting time to be taking up the chair role. The police reform agenda is live in England and Wales. I know you talked earlier in your meeting about having hosted Bernard Hogan-Howe, and certainly I've heard firsthand from Bernard how important the learning that he got here was in thinking about his job in shaping the future of policing in England and Wales. We also have the prospect of rail reform, and while the creation of GBR won't change the basic accountability structure here in Scotland, there will be some quite different people for rail colleagues in Scotland to be doing business with. So we sent you some slides, and not least in the interest of time, we're definitely not proposing to talk through them in detail. But there are kind of three things I think that we would like to do today, and then we're happy to take any questions on any topic you like. The first, and I think this is especially for the new joiners in the room, I'm going to turn in a moment to Ian and get Ian to introduce the work of the SRPC, the Scottish Railway Policing Committee, which is our main forum for strategic collaboration. Then Lorna is going to talk through some of how that collaboration works in practice, talk a little bit about the performance and characteristics of BTP and how the collaboration with Police Scotland works on the ground. And then back to me, I'll do a bit of a forward look at our strategic priorities, and then we can talk. Does that make sense? Excellent. Well, I'll hand straight to Ian then. Thank you.
Thank you, Tricia. It's great to be back here with the SPA and colleagues again. You have the slides, so I don't think you need a great deal of detail, but it's worth highlighting that the Scottish Railways Policing Committee was created to provide assurance to BTPA, to SPA and Scottish ministers on the delivery of railway policing in Scotland. And the bullet points on that slide really set it out for you. It's providing oversight of developmental plans and policies, scrutinising policing performance, ensuring agreed improvements recommended by external inspections and reviews are implemented, and monitoring best value in relation to the BTPA fund and how it's spent here in Scotland. And of course, all of that works when we do that with partners. We do that with partners in the room, with SPA colleagues on the Railway Policing Committee, but we also do it with our railway partners as well, because after all, they are the funders of railway policing in Scotland. To give you a flavour of things, in the last year, we've had a committee cycle that has, at each meeting, focused on BTP for performance in Scotland, performance is very good, and it's the best performing division within BTP. On the partnership with Police Scotland, and we have a regular report from Police Scotland on that, which opens up a great deal of discussion at meetings. And then issues such as response to adverse weather and preparedness for that, BTP's deployment model in Scotland, and assurance and progress around audit recommendations and requirements. We also engage with all of the other agencies in the Scottish Government in Scotland, to, Transport Focus, Strathclyde Passenger Transport, ScotRail obviously, to make sure that we're hearing from appropriate industry voices as well as those within policing. We meet in Glasgow again next week, and we're delighted to welcome our new members from SPA, Nancy Johnson and Gary. It's good to see him meet here today. Nancy's already been with us as an observer and played a big part in contributing to our last meeting. We're pleased to have them. And I'd like to say thank you to retiring colleagues who were your retiring colleagues, Tom Halpin and Mary Pitt-Caithley, for their work on the committee over the years. It was very much appreciated, and they've been greatly interested in what we've done. So, over to Lorna, I think.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Lorna McEwen, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. It's my first time being here as well. I'm just going to give a quick 2-second overview of BTP in Scotland, a bit about our performance, and then our collaborative work, which I think is really the important part here. So BTP in Scotland, we're part of a national specialist force, but within Scotland there's over 300 officers and staff, which are made up from D Division, A Division and E Division. So I look after what we would call D Division, so people dressed like myself that you'll see out and about on patrol, but we're also supported by crime colleagues in A Division, specialist resources such as dogs, which are E Division. So we like to put things in different divisions in the police, so you have a mix, a good mix of people up here supporting us to make sure that the railway's safe for the people in Scotland. I look after the D Division assets, but I work closely with my crime colleagues, so all the day-to-day bits come to myself for managing crimes, etc., making sure we've got event planning done, and we have a small sort of divisional command team with myself, a superintendent, 2 chief inspectors, and then we're supported with the ranks below that. So as I said, we've got over 300 of us, and we deal with public protection. We've got a public protection unit in Scotland that works side by side with Police Scotland, just to give you an idea of what it looks like. An intelligence function, and we're embedded in Gartcosh as well, just to show that collaboration. Our own criminal justice department looking after our files that go in to the Crown Office, and training, etc. departments, rostering departments. So we've got that all actually in Scotland, but it's functions that are done by other departments who support myself to make sure we've got people out and about that you would see in the railway. Just moving on to the performance, as Ian kindly said, we're the best performing division in the force, and I'm really proud of that, and that's because, dare I say, we have a lower crime environment than my colleagues in the same job down south, but that's through good work from myself and all the teams who are out and about trying to be at the right places at the right times, and either preventing crime or giving a really good, strong service to any victims of crime, and that's supported hand in hand by our crime colleagues to make sure they get that sort of best possible service. So in terms of the performance, we were over crimes from last year, but we had a 49% solved rate, which is really amazing, to be honest. I'm really proud of that, and we had more crimes, so we solved more crime as well, if you look at it like that. So I like to take the positives, but you know, any crime's one too many. But we did see a little bit of a reduction in violent crime or the high harm crimes. Our detections went up for that. Robbery really remains low in the rail environment in Scotland, which bucks the trend of England and Wales, because if you look at London, it's you know, there's a lot of robberies. We are very lucky that we don't have that, and we haven't seen that, but that's being all over every single robbery we get, so we don't get repeats, and making sure we're managing offenders very closely. So we have small numbers, and just to give you my detection rate for my robberies, it was over 100% because we cleared one from the year before. So just to give you that, we reduced antisocial behaviour by 16%, and it's really hard to detect antisocial behaviour, and we know that's a huge wealth of different things, and it's really things that cause that annoyance to people that can potentially build up. So we really like to get in there early and nip it in the bud, so to speak. So that's just a couple of the bits that we did well in, but there's always more to do. So we're seeing an increase in things such as disruption offences on our network. So things like trespass, or where trains are maybe delayed because something's happening. Not only does that cause an economic issue, but it's very dangerous for people. We've got people in crisis, vulnerable people who are attracted to the rail network, and unfortunately some people end their life on the rail network, which plays a big part in making sure we have the dignity of the deceased person, and then trying to prevent that in the future by working closely to understand, is it a repeat location, is there things that we can do together with other agencies, not just Police Scotland. So that remains a sort of key focus for us going forward, but graffiti is also a really big focus for us, and you'll have seen the graffiti around particularly Glasgow area and football related graffiti. It's not necessarily the graffiti itself that's the problem. It may not be offensive, but it's the taking the train out of service or the potential danger that the person's putting themselves at and the risk. So it's the whole bigger picture of that. And we try to work closely with the railway to design out as much of the areas that we can, make use of different covert assets to look at that, and basically make sure our patrols are at the right place. But if you imagine the rail network and where trains are stabled, it's vast. It's over 3,000 kilometres of network in just Scotland alone. So we have to work together and make best use of assets. So looking at going forward for ourselves, it's stepping into that innovation space more. So just recently we launched our visual line of sight drones, so we've got the same capability as Police Scotland now, which we didn't have, which is really good. So that gives us that eyes on the ground to see things quicker without having to deploy officers or rail staff or Police Scotland officers to locations that could be dangerous, and we can keep the rail network running, which helps get people to their places of work and to where they're going to socialise. So those are kind of some of the key bits for ourselves. Also, vulnerability and mental health is a huge, not burden, but it's a huge one for us. So the calls for service last year increased for us, but they weren't necessarily crime calls. So when I joined the police in 1997, a lot more of the calls were what I would call crime calls. A lot more now are vulnerability calls, and they take a lot of time to deal with, and they're complicated because they require many other agencies to step in and help us. Health service, we know that all the issues everyone else has. So that is, I don't like to say a drain because it's not. We're making sure somebody's okay and safe. And on the rail network, the problem we have is when somebody's on or near the railway, they're in a really, really significant risk, as against maybe somebody having a crisis in a station. So that's a key one for us, to work closely with other agencies, third-party agencies, charities, to do the best that we can to minimise people going onto the line and help people in crisis by signposting them to different other agencies and different things we can do. And we're looking at what else can we do with, for example, Police Scotland, who've had different things such as mental health triage cars. We run them in England and Wales, and we're looking at, can we do similar in Scotland? Is that the right model? But it's without, we don't want to duplicate or do the wrong thing. You want to get the right model that fits the right area. So we are actively looking at that at the moment. So in terms of the performance, again, an overview and my overlying arching thing is that we did well last year, but we can always do better. We've got to keep that detection rate up, but we've got to keep stepping into the areas that are causing the biggest harm to people, and then areas such as graffiti where there's a risk to people. And moving on from that, partnership, that's the key thing here. I love going to the SRPC, which is next week, where I get the Police Scotland do their input. What I would say up here in Scotland, because I worked down south before I came back up here 2 years ago, I think it's very much business as usual with Police Scotland and a lot of our partners. We're very embedded with things. So if you use event planning, Commonwealth Games, we've got an inspector whose sole role is working with Police Scotland and the organising committee to do our part of it, and it's joined up. And we've just recently taken part in the HMICS audit of the Commonwealth Games as part of that. So I would say a lot of it is joined up day-to-day business. So in and about Glasgow, for example, you'll see joined up patrols with BTP and Police Scotland on a Friday and Saturday night. There's a lot of work at the Four Corners in Glasgow together, making sure we're all doing the right things and we're not doing what we did maybe when I joined. You displaced them out the station, Police Scotland displaced them in the station. Strathclyde at the time. So we're very, very joined up. We share intelligence. We go to each other's tasking meetings. I go to G Division's SLT meeting quarterly. And what's nice is that we all have the same issues. You know, so it's very, very embedded. Some great partnerships you'll probably see at this time of year is Balaton and Safer Shores, where people travel from Glasgow and the suburbs out towards the coastal areas and the beaches, and unfortunately there's been some nasty incidents. But again, we work hand in hand. We've got a step-up plan. We speak to each other the day after. We check how the plan's been. We do a yearly review. So there's a lot of what I would call business as usual that we do now that maybe we didn't do 5-6 years ago. So that's just a couple of the areas where we work well together. Also, as I mentioned, the shared intelligence. We've got an officer in Gartcosh who works there making sure all the intelligence is getting disseminated properly. We do hotspot location management together. Joint patrols at transport hubs, city centres and big events or small events whenever you need the police really. And the fire, if we go back to what Tricia said, I think was a fabulous example of everybody in Glasgow and policing and the bigger, wider family doing the right thing. It didn't matter what colour your cap badge was or what agency you were, we all stepped in and did a really good job. And you know, nobody was hurt, nobody was killed. It's a miracle really, and it's such a significant part of the city for people who aren't Glaswegians. It's quite a passionate thing. Certainly for myself, being a Glaswegian, it was like, wow, we could have lost basically the city centre. And that is a great example of us working together because they had the football disorder, everyone was stretched, we stepped in, we pulled resources that we could pull in, we took the early cordons and handed them over, and that's absolutely how it should work. It shouldn't be I'm BTP and you're Police Scotland, and I think our response to incidents like that is very, very good. Out with that collaboration-wise, we work very closely obviously with the rail industry, local authorities, third sector such as Samaritans, colleges, charities, and White Ribbon is one of the ones that we work very closely with throughout the year, and we've got our White Ribbon accreditation, which is fabulous. And all of that together really gives us that partnership, and it's clear, it's consistent, and it enables what I would say is effective prevention, enforcement and resilience together so that we can make the communities of Scotland safer and to go on the rail network safely. Thank you very much.
Brilliant, thank you, Lorna. And I saw so many nodding heads while you were talking there, and I kind of very much, I think what you've conveyed there is a sense of sort of British Transport Police as a specialist capability with a unique funding model, but operating in exactly the same world as Police Scotland. So the kind of drivers, the context, some of the challenges are exactly the same. And I completely agree with you. The way of kind of the only rational way of resolving to that is an intense culture of mutual learning and cooperation. And I think you've set that out really brilliantly. Thank you very much, Lorna. And then, I mean, finally from me, Chair, before we open up for questions on any of this, just looking ahead a little bit. So you'll have seen in your pack, we set out our strategic priorities, which we just published for the next 3 years. Some of those are priorities for policing everywhere. Some of them are for railway policing everywhere. Some of them are very specific to Scotland. But I think there are two important innovations for us, which is going to really shape the way in which we operate as BTP as we go forward. The first is an ever closer working relationship with the railway industry, who are our funders. We've really made huge efforts over the last year to build a closer relationship with the rail operators in Scotland, in Wales, in England, and to make sure that we're doing the right thing by the people who live and work on the railway. And then second, our 3-year funding settlement. This does give us an ability to plan in a slightly different way, to think further ahead beyond the single year funding. I think that will be an important building block for our future success. So with that, Chair, really happy to open to questions.
Well, thank you. Really appreciative of you coming along here today, and as expected, and as you've highlighted, the drivers, the issues, the themes are common across policing, and it's great to hear as well just how closely at an operational level Police Scotland and the British Transport Police are working together, and in no small part I'm sure that the Railways Policing Committee contributes to that. But with that, what I'll do is I'll open it up for questions, and the first person that I have is Polly.
Colleagues, many thanks for coming along today and for your slides and your opening comments, really interesting and helpful. I wanted to pick up on the last point that you made there, Tricia, about the multi-year, 3-year funding settlement, and what difference is that making in practical terms around delivery of the organisational objectives?
Thank you very much. It's a really good question. I think it allows the force and the authority to work together in ways of improving the effectiveness of the operation, which can't be delivered within a single financial year. I think all of us are, at the moment, thinking hard about technological innovation, about use of AI, about our investment cycle, and some of that is going to take a little bit of time for us to be able to realise the operational and financial benefits of changes that we're making now. So I'm from the transport sector. I spent most of my working life working on infrastructure projects. The model of having a multi-year funding settlement is one I'm very familiar with, and I think it's going to help us a lot to be more effective in our planning and execution here too. Thank you.
Thanks. Sorry, would you want to come in?
Sorry, I just wanted to say in a Scottish context, I suppose the biggest thing is that Lorna's team is going to get slightly larger, and we can do that because we've got certainty of the funding over a period of 3 years, compared with a rather more lumpy status over the last couple of years. And that will mean an uplift of officer numbers in key areas based around where Lorna and her team look to focus it on demand and make sure that that demand is being met.
Sorry, Lorna.
On now, sorry. Yeah, in terms of that, we are actively starting the recruitment for new recruits to come in as part of the uplift. And again, just to use the collaboration, we go to Tullyallen, the same as Police Scotland, and use their services and have somebody seconded there, and have got the extra recruits going in there. So I've got an intake starting next week with 13 new recruits, which is an additional 13 to what I wouldn't normally be recruiting at this point of the year, because we generally recruit twice a year, but this year I'll be recruiting 3, maybe 4 times. So just to give you that assurance that there is going to be extra people coming in, which is fabulous, but it brings its own challenges to what is a relatively small division in terms of having experienced officers to work with them, but it's a challenge I like.
Thanks very much. I think it's an area that, again, we'd want to learn from in terms of our own experience within policing and the way allocations are made to the SPE and then Police Scotland through Scottish Government. The second point I wanted to make was around management of mental health demand. I think, Lorna, you mentioned that this is a growing area in terms of vulnerability, and we discussed earlier on in our agenda today the development of alternative pathways for people that present with mental health distress. To what extent are you kind of plugged into those pathways, and what are the priorities for the coming period in terms of managing vulnerability and mental health demand?
It's definitely an area where, we do need to do something different. It does, I can have an officer sometimes ends up in hospital, and I'll go home and come back the next day and there's other officers at hospital, so it's cycled through maybe 2 or 3 shifts. Sometimes that's in extremis. So for myself, it is a real key priority. We are plugged into all the bits where Police Scotland have had pilots, and we've been often invited to be part of that or included within it. So when you had a pilot out in the Lanarkshire area, so we had the benefit of, being able to utilise that resource as well, because it doesn't seem logical that if one of us had it, we wouldn't both use it. So we are plugged into things. Again, we are also looking at could we get funding to do a triage car, and what does that look like? But I would bring that back to Police Scotland, so that 1, we're not stepping on toes, 2, we're not duplicating, and we're maximising what we're doing. But I think for me, it's being able to do different things and see what the best model is, because the health service and the NHS are stretched, as we know, and it's difficult for them to release resources, so we have to find a way of doing that maximises it for everybody, not just for the police service, for all the other agencies that are involved with that as well. But any time that there's been anything that's been piloted or done, we have been involved in it as either a partner involved with it or been able to utilise the service, which has been really good.
Thank you. Anybody else got any questions? Nancy?
Chair. Let me kick off by welcoming Lorna for her first session and congratulating her on her appointment as Commander of Division D and on being the best performing division. We like to hear that and we hope that will continue. One of the points mentioned in your report is violence against staff. And I was wondering to what extent taking some learning from Police Scotland, having a wider rollout of body-worn video might contribute to reducing violence against staff and or taking action when offenders do commit violence against staff.
Thank you for that, Nancy, and thank you for the welcome, etc. Are you meaning violence against police officers or violence against rail
against
staff?
Officers.
So we already have body-worn video, and we've had it for some time.
It's the railway staff.
So rail staff, and they also have body-worn video available for them. It's not mandated, so the issue is often they choose not to use it. So the staff in ScotRail have got body-worn video that they can take out, but you'll see that many of them don't do that. So we actively work with ScotRail, all the other train operators and Network Rail to encourage people to wear it, to show the benefits of it, because, for example, people might not have to go to court because the evidence may be accepted by the defence without having the need to go to court. And it's the best evidence because it's recorded and you can hear the audio, which you don't get from CCTV, and that's the real benefit, so you can get that. So we have worked with the unions on it. We've worked with ScotRail. We actively ask people why they aren't wearing it to try and unblock blockers. So sometimes it's as simple as where they've located the charging points. And I'll give you a crazy example of one. Recently, the reason that some of the ladies weren't taken out was they were about my height and the chargers were way up high, so they couldn't get them, and it was a simple fix. And I know it sounds ridiculous, but that's the level of detail we're having to go to understand and try as police officers to unblock it. There is a suspicion within the some parts of the railway that the body-worn video would be used against them, and again we're doing a lot of work to dispel that, and we did a video with the rail delivery group with lots of different train operators talking about the benefits of it. And again, there's been an academic study that's shown the benefits of that, where we did it on a randomised control trial with Cambridge University, and that absolutely showed it reduced the number of assaults and also the severity, and it had a sort of diffusion effect around a station. So we know it works. It's just getting people to use it. And I have an inspector who works with ScotRail, and he reviews every staff assault every day with ScotRail. And they look for any learning, and part of what they look at is they speak to the staff member to understand why they haven't used body-worn video. Is it a reason, was it not available that day, or was it they chose not to use it, and explain the benefits of it. And we're also looking at doing another video with ScotRail to look at outcomes to show the benefits. So we're trying to get some good cases that we can then take and show to people this is why it would be good to use. So we do work hard on that. And the percentage of staff using it now is higher than before, but we're not where I would like to be. I'd like to walk into the railway and they've all got it on, and that helps the public as well. It makes it safer for everybody on the network.
And just to add really quickly, I mean, I think you've lighted on something really important here, and it's a brilliant example of something where we can speak with one voice, because exactly as Lorna has just set out, the evidence base here is compelling and clear. And I think we should be, the more that we can do together to build confidence that this is an asset for everybody who's got it available, then I think the better outcomes we can get for staff and for the public. Thank you. Thanks for asking.
My other question is, you're in a unique position of being a national force. Are there, but I know that there's things that you do differently in Scotland because the legislative framework is different. I was wondering, are there things which are being done in England and Wales that you either have taken learning from and implemented in Scotland, or that you would like to and simply haven't yet gotten around to implementing? I'm sure there's loads of things from Scotland that we could export to England, but thinking more about the imports.
I'm trying to think off the top of my head. It's a good question. There will have been lots brought up that you probably just don't even think about. It just gets done. A lot of things have to be changed coming from England to Scotland because of the legislation or the procedural requirements for certain things. Certainly some of the out-of-court disposal methods in England are, I think, are quite useful, that perhaps as a force we don't necessarily tap into as much here. But we have had a short life working group with the Transport Cabinet Secretary and Transport Scotland looking at what can we do to make officers more visible and less tied to doing paperwork for what would be deemed to be lower level offences, and manage to get fixed penalty notices to add in Section 38 for ourselves to be able to utilise that. So that's been something that was available for Police Scotland that we didn't have, that will help ourselves, but that's been added into that from that group, and they're also looking at further additional bits around small bits of legislation like that, but it does take a little bit of time. But that was a really positive working group in terms of all the recommendations that were put forward by all the agencies were accepted by the Cabinet Secretary, and that looks at some potential legislation for safety of transport staff as well. That's included within that, so that's ongoing. But the quick fix really is the fixed penalty notice for ourselves, which alleviates us then having to write a police report, and saves time for everybody, keeps the officers out and about, and gives the person that we're dealing with the choice of what they want to do then.
Yeah.
So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've got one question. It's just picking up on that theme there, Tricia, that you mentioned around speaking with one voice. We've had some considerable discussion and debate today around the recent disorder at football matches, and clearly people use trains to get back and forward. You've mentioned about support recordings. I didn't quite recognise the graffiti challenge. I don't live in Glasgow, but I'll probably notice it every day now. Well, not every day, but every day that I'm in Glasgow. And clearly I understand the harm that people are putting themselves into when they go anywhere near the railway. But in terms of speaking with one voice, I wonder what your thoughts are in terms of supporting Police Scotland's calls for footballing authorities, football clubs taking more responsibility for this.
Yeah, I mean, I would absolutely support what Police Scotland are saying, and I would echo the comments of that. I think we all want people to go to sporting events, enjoy it, but we don't want our city centres to suffer the consequences of poor behaviour. And I have to say, it's a minority of people that do it. It's just become a bad habit, and I do think the football clubs do need to step up and take more ownership of it. We clearly know who the fans belong to. So I would like to see that. You do see that in other parts of the UK, the clubs taking a bit more ownership. So if we can push to get that, it certainly would be endorsed by myself, and I'd be happy to be involved in any working groups and share anything that we're doing, crossing over together on that.
I strongly agree with Lorna here. I think we have a common view of what's acceptable here. I think that's absolutely the speaking with the same voice is that sense of being really clear what behaviour is tolerable and acceptable. Whether it's on a network or on a transport network or anywhere else, we all sitting around the table are bringing the same values, the same standards, and we should be prepared to say the same things. Thanks.
No, thank you for those comments, and I think, as Nancy said earlier, you're a national force, so you have perspectives from across the UK, and clearly football is played across the UK, so thank you for that. I'm looking around the room. Is there any further questions from our colleagues?
Chair.
Chief.
Can I just add, Tricia, Ian, Lorna, thank you for the ongoing collaboration and partnership. Excellent work by everybody, and I think you've highlighted today, to your point there, Tricia, around values and standards, that we're absolutely aligned and committed to joint mission around keeping people in Scotland safe. So thank you. Thanks for the contribution.
And just to say, we are very happy to come back any time that it would add value. It's a really important set of relationships around the table, and we were really delighted to be asked. Thank you.
So just a couple of final comments from me. First of all, thank you very much for coming along here today. It's invaluable to support these working relationships. I think you come along to the full authority meeting. It complements the work, the detailed work I know that's undertaken the Railways Policing Committee. we touched on, but we didn't ask any questions today around the Commonwealth Games. We have an oversight group, so I'd maybe extend an invitation along to that at some point in the very near future, because I know the games are just around the corner. And then the final thing is, I'm going to invite myself, because I think I'd really like to come along as an observer to the Railway Policing Committee, and I'm sure we will have a number of formal meetings as well. So thank you for that today. So colleagues, I know we've only got one more substantive item on the agenda, but I'm very conscious of time. It's just pushing 2 o'clock now, so we're going to have a break for 30 minutes for lunch. Okay, thank you everybody for coming back so promptly. I'm going to move on to agenda item number 9, which is the last paper in today's public agenda. And this is the Retail Crime Task Force update. So if we could pass over to the Chief Constable, and I think ACC Payton is going to come in and speak to this.
I'll let Katrina take the lead on this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and grateful for the opportunity, albeit last item on the agenda, but certainly a really important one. The purpose of today's presentation to you, and I appreciate you have the presentation slides, is for us to provide an overview around the Retail Crime Task Force. The Retail Crime Task Force has now been in place for the past year, so it seemed like an ideal opportunity for us to be able to make sure that we had a shared understanding of the creation of the Retail Task Force and the achievements that have been arrived at to date, particularly as we move forward into the coming years. So today really is about that overview. I'm hoping with, particularly as already heard, some newer members, so given a bit of the context as to why we created the Retail Crime Task Force in the first place, and an opportunity to look at the achievements. It's not designed to go into the detail that I know that you will be interested in as we go forward around our stats and the impact that it's having. We, of course, will report that through the Performance Committee in due course. Before I touch on some of the elements around the achievements of the Retail Task Force, a programme of work that's been led up until this point by my colleague ACC Tim Mayers. I wanted to just touch on the why. Why did we create the task force in the first place? And of course it will not be lost on members of this board the importance of how communities feel about policing and how safe they feel in communities. But what I wanted to say as it relates to theft by shoplifting, which is predominantly the offence and the crime that we focus on, including incidents on retail workers, it's not a victimless crime. Often people think of theft by shoplifting and theft from shop as a victimless crime. It's not. It's impact across all of our communities. As a previous divisional commander in the Lothian and Scottish borders, I know from my own experience that reducing acquisitive crime and tackling serious and organised crime, and you've just heard from Director General today, is a local priority, and that's a local priority across our 32 local policing plans. Aligned to that, the Chief Constable has made it very clear within the vision that safer communities, less crime and supported victims are 3 of our 4 priorities. So tackling theft by shoplifting really matters to our communities, and it really matters to policing. Over 45% of all crimes of dishonesty are linked to theft by shoplifting. So that volume and that impact is having a real felt experience for our communities. And it would be remiss of me, because I always mention it, all routes lead back to how much the public trust us. Of course, we know that. But therefore, how people feel about policing matters. And it's as important as the tangible stats, figures about, crime rates, detection rates. How people feel about policing's focus and response really, really matters. So, more broadly, I know you appreciate that the problem that we're trying to address is a multifaceted one. It's not unique to Scotland. It's been a challenge across the UK, and there's been a number of societal factors that have contributed to that. Cost of living, of course, being one. And the nature of shopping, where we have self-serve, and again, going back to that sense that perhaps it's a victimless crime, which of course we all know that it's not. And if I give a sense of in 2024, the financial year 2024 into 2025, theft by shoplifting was up over 15%, but it was up over 58% on the 5-year average. And assaults or threatening behaviour towards retail workers was up by 12%. So through engagement with Scottish Government and industry and retail leads, there was a recognition that we need to do more, and we need to do it in a partnership approach and a targeted approach. And we secured, through Scottish Government, £3 million for the establishment of a retail crime task force. Very much working under the umbrella of our broader Scottish Partnership Against Acquisitive Crime framework, and looking to drive forward an approach that complements that, but very much focuses on the impact of theft by shoplifting and also the impact on retail workers. So the £3 million funding that we received enabled us to create a dedicated team of 21 staff, a central team, supported by a chief inspector and a number of police officers and staff, because it's about having an intelligence-led approach very much embedded into what we're doing. And they're also supported by 13 staff across 3 of our main areas across Scotland where we're seeing the highest volume of retail crime, and that's in 3 of our divisions in Edinburgh, in Glasgow and in Dundee. And predominantly the purpose of the team is really to provide that central hub and that oversight to be able to analyse and coordinate the information, the intelligence, and disseminate that to local policing teams, where they're able to share guidance and good practice to develop strategies, and working also with Stuart's team around identifying linked crime, high harm offenders, and as we'll hear very shortly, I'll give you a quick overview of one of our case reviews around tackling serious and organised crime as it relates to retail crime. And so the team are very much that kind of single point of contact for our retailers, for industry stakeholders. You heard from the NCA, but more broadly across policing in England and Wales through the NPCC, we have Operation Opal, and they provide the coordination and the single point of contact for them and other forces across the UK. And as I mentioned earlier, the acquisitive crime strategy that we have in place through our partnership arrangements looks to tackle the challenge that is retail crime under the headings of the 4 Ps, which I'm sure, again, this group will be well cited on, which is about prevent, pursue, protect and prepare. So that funding over the last year has enabled us to embed resources, to provide that visibility, to invest governance. I won't go into all the details of the governance arrangements that are in place, but suffice to say we've got that partnership engagement, we've got internal governance that enables us to mobilise our resources and our skill set across these teams for the benefit of communities in Scotland. There's a couple of things, therefore, that I would just want to draw out before opening up to questions around so what we actually achieved over this last year as part of that group. Well, under the heading of prevent, and of course prevent is stopping people becoming perpetrators of retail offences, we've been doing a lot of work around scoping the diversionary activities that are available and opportunities that are available across Scotland, sharing best practice and indeed funding initiatives locally which are diverting people from what otherwise would be aspects of criminality. And in fact, we've supported, through that £3 million that we secured from Scottish Government, we've supported 85 local initiatives into local communities across Scotland. I'll come back to Pursue. We've obviously been doing a good bit of work around Protect. So how do we actually strengthen our collective protection against retail crime? So working through training retail staff on conflict resolution, raising awareness of how you keep yourself safe, and building on some of the broader partnership arrangements right the way down into creating forums for small independent businesses, that they feel connected, that they feel part, and they see the visibility of the work that policing together with their partners are doing. And then the other element is about preparing. So how do we mitigate against the impact of retail crime across our communities? And again, that comes back to the visibility of it. So how do we make that work visible, that gives people hope, that gives them confidence that this is something that we are working and determined to work effectively with our partners towards improving. So we've got our dedicated internet site, we've got a communications bulletin that goes out to all retailers that have access to the work that we're doing, and again through safety messages. We've connected retailers through Retail Watch, over 200 retailers that are part of that, where we can share information and safety advice. And of course, we've just very recently provided the opportunity for retailers to report crime online directly, so they're not having to wait on the 101 system, but able to report it. Saves opportunity and time for our colleagues in C3, but allows the team to continue to be able to provide a swift response. I wanted to come back to Pursue, because of course that's traditionally what people would recognise the role of policing, and there's been a real focus of the team to identify high harm offenders. And if I give you just some of the what I would say are some of the kind of key performance indicators, management information, not official statistics, but it gives you a sense that just the retail task force alone have made over 1,300 arrests in the last year. They've had over 1,500 engagements with our retailers, providing that education and advice, as I mentioned. We've had over 1,500 intelligence logs, because a big part of it is about identifying those that are responsible across the country. Of course, people travel. How are we connecting them? And identified a number of suspects. And indeed, you heard Director General talk about the disruptions that the NCA have been leading on. Our retail crime task force alone have carried out 128 organised crime disruptions in this last year, and identified 41 organised crime groups who are doing that through the retail focus. Now, they're all just numbers, and they're very impressive numbers in terms of a small team that are starting to make significant inroads. But just again, to bring it to life, and probably very apt in terms of what we've heard from Director General, Operation Dinos is one of the teams that we've had as part of that retail task force. It's a sergeant and 4 staff. And Operation Dinos has been working to look at high-value theft of alcohol that was being stolen, and obviously that has then been finding its way into businesses for resale. The real challenge around it isn't just the economic cost. The means by which they were doing that is the using vulnerable children to be able to be those that are going in and carrying out the act. And so the focus of this team has been both in terms of investigation, to actually target the adults that are responsible for the network, and then to do the engagement to support the young people who have been exploited, and some really harrowing stories. And that team, over the time that they've been operating, have made 5 significant arrests in relation to organised retail crime group, and again had the opportunity to engage with a number of young people. And just by way of example, 6 of those young people, working with them, understanding what's going on in their life, have gone into options around education and further employment. And the reason I bring that out is because it's not just about the crime groups, of course, is really important, but what are we doing to prevent our children being exploited by adults using and abusing them for their own means? And I think for me, when you look at the work that group have done, we start to see the real significance of the value of that intelligence-led together with the engagement. And when you look at the crime figures as it relates to shoplifting, we are still sadly seeing an upward trend in terms of thefts by shoplifting. Actually, this year, our shoplifting's up by 19%. But the reason I mention that is because the team, Operation Dinos, have been working in one divisional area in Q Division in Lanarkshire, as well as tackling that organised crime group and dismantling it. Q Division has only seen 0.2% of an increase in retail crime against a force average of 19. The reason, again, I say that is because when we get the chance to focus and you know, target it, then it has lasting impact. So that team moving into looking ahead, that team are part of our broader retail task force that will extend that learning and that model across the west of Scotland in particular. And the reason it's the west of Scotland is because the evidence and the information tells us that there are more under 18s involved in retail crime and assaults on and threatening and abusive behaviour on retail workers. So we're looking to share that best practice. The final thing I want to say, and I'm happy to come back and give further updates in the future, and certainly, as I say, you know, give more information through the Performance Committee. I go back to what I said at the outset about trust and confidence. We've had a real focus around our communication and how people feel about policing's role and response in relation to something that does blight communities. Director General said, you know, he wants to encourage healthy high streets. Well, they're not healthy if you know, this level of criminality has been ongoing. But the Scottish Grocers Federation, and it's on the slide, so I don't need to repeat too much, but they were produced their own annual crime stats and survey about how their staff feel, people that are in our community serving us every day in the retail industry. And what you'll see from that is that the amount of people who think that shoplifting has increased has halved. So that perception and that felt experience, because the reality is it has, but people are feeling differently about it because of that level of support, visibility and response from policing. Those that felt that they had received an unsatisfactory response from police, it's been reduced by nearly 2/3 from 96% last time they were surveyed thinking that it was an unsatisfactory response to just over 25% thinking that, which is remarkable. And again, previously unlikely to report to the police sat at just under 50%, and that's been reduced by 3/4 in a year, with staff feeling only 10% of them feeling that they wouldn't report it. Again, that comes back to the importance of that felt experience of us being able to support retailers, that they feel safe when they are operating and going out to their work, but it also encourages more to build on the good work we've done, securing their support as to how we tackle this in a partnership way. And of course, the slides draw out further examples of our own internal survey to understand that. So just finally, looking ahead, of course, what we've realised through all of this work is that we are not going to solve it overnight. And thankfully, we have been supported with multi-year funding of 10 million to take us to March 2029. And so I just want to give assurance to this board that we will continue to build on the good work that we've done under all of those strands, that we will continue to learn, that we will continue to have more of a reach across our partnerships, across our retail industry, across our organised crime groups that you've heard so much of the work that Stuart and his team are doing on a day-to-day basis. And ultimately, we want to see the impact of retail crime on our communities significantly reduced in the coming weeks, months and years. So thank you.
Thank you, ACC Payton. Appreciate the input there. Could I open this up for questions from board members? Nancy?
Thank you, Chief. Chair. Thank you for a really interesting presentation. That must be why I was distracted. Two questions, if I may. The first is around learnings. Can you tell us a little bit more about how you're capturing learnings and bedding them in, and maybe give us an example or two of some learnings that you've already identified and are acting on? That's the first question.
Okay, so yeah, of course, learning is a key part to what we're doing. So part of the Prevent strategy, one of the first things we wanted to do was to scope out what practice is currently there, what is available to us, both in terms of our own organisation, but more broadly across partnership arrangements. And what we do through our internal forums and through our working groups is share that best practice so that local policing teams, so I've spoken very specifically about the Retail Crime Task Force, but of course they are connected to local policing divisions through our community policing teams, through our local investigators, and all of that practice through our governance structures we share, and we provide the opportunity of being able to do that. Operation Dinos is a good example, because actually what started out as a very niche issue for a particular area in the division to target, because young people, and particularly care experienced children, were being used in that example. But we've taken the learning from that and from that model, further developed it, and it's now across the whole of the west of the country, and we've established a working group, and that happens on a daily basis, as well as through our structures through our working groups and our broader steering group.
That's good to hear. Second question is, putting aside the question of funding, what other blockers are you encountering, things that are making it harder for you to achieve even better results? And in particular, are there any where the authority can be of assistance, or where it's kind of legislative issues that we could help to try to help to move forward?
So thank you for the recognition that, you know, certainly from our point of view as an organisation, we are continuing looking at how we can influence support across the board. The reality, as it relates to retail crime, is similar to a lot of crime. It's part of a broader justice system. And therefore, when I said at the outset, when we set in the context of the societal issues, you know, cost of living has an impact. So what are the alternatives for people? So what are the choices that are being made at that side, all the way through to the increased opportunity for people to be diverted away from criminality? And so for me, the barriers and the challenges are the ones that remain more broadly in a justice system that is full of demand, that we need to try and find a way of getting much earlier upstream. And so for me, a big focus, and again, thankfully, the Scottish Prevention Hub is one of the areas that sits within Policing Together, and the Chief's been really clear around our determination to focus and continue to focus on prevention. What more can we do to secure focus and attention in the prevention agenda that provides alternatives for people, that means they're not vulnerable to being exploited, that they don't have to steal goods, but when that does happen, the consequences are twofold: options for diversion where it's relevant, but there are consequences for those, particularly at the high end, organised crime groups, and that our justice system follows that through.
Thank you. I have another two board members looking to come in, so if I could first turn to Katerina, and then after that, Gary.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Katrina, for the report. And actually, I just wanted my question literally quite neatly lines up with what you just said, your last statement there around the wider criminal justice system. So I suppose, firstly, I want to say well done. I think what you've presented today really shows that if you put investment somewhere, it does drive action, and there are positive outcomes. So it's moving, the dial's kind of moving in the right direction. So I think that's great. My question, my kind of thought was triggered when I think you mentioned, was it 1,300 arrests? So it's quite a substantial number. So the mind then kind of jumps to what's the implications of your success in this area for the wider criminal justice system. So you obviously arresting people. Is it now that's an extra stress on everybody who comes further downstream from you? Do you feel like you've got enough engagement there, and are wider partners, so to say, ready to receive that input? So because the whole thing, obviously, as you said yourself, it needs to work as one system.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. And I guess for reassurance, we're very engaged with Crown around our approach to this. But what that arrest also does is provides us with that opportunity for intervention. So it's using, and the team use custody referral, where it would be right to do that, and they are putting through our broader justice system and our broader COPFA crime reporting system where it's relevant to do that. I think no matter what, you can't ignore the reality that this matters to communities. This is what they expect policing and partners to be addressing, because it has such a plight on it. And our route for dealing with that, is through the criminal justice process. What I have certainly, and that's certainly part of the focus for year 2, picking this work up, I've asked that very question to say, the so what is the outcome of that, and can we measure? And that's going to be very much part of the ongoing understanding of what is the impact of this work all the way through that justice system. But we are connected as part of our governance structure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Could I pass now to Gary?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the report. I was really interested in the protect element of this, and I think we'd all recognise that the retailers themselves, with the right support and guidance, can have a massive difference in terms of the capacity that exists within the system to prevent this happening. So I was interested to see the retailer forum, the joint retailer forum, and the small independent retailer forum are established. And I know it says that membership's increased and Retail Watch has increased, which on the face of it are positive. Just trying to get a sense of how effective are those forums, who's in them, how frequently they meet, and you might have done some feedback from them, but it'd be really interesting to see, do the retailers that are part of those forums say, this is fantastic, it's really helping us, or do they go, well, we come along to see what's said and then we just go away and don't really do anything? I'm trying to get a sense of where they're at, because I think that's a really key part of the jigsaw, really.
Yeah. No, thank you, Gary. So those two that I mentioned are actually more recent ones that have come online, but I was actually just fortunate last week to be part of the retailers leadership group, and some really key big retailers that are there, and you're absolutely right around their also recognition that they have a responsibility to do what's in their gift, to be able to protect their staff and also to protect the environment. And what I would say, having gone into that for the first time, so my first felt experience of that meeting was they have seen the benefits of this focused partnership approach to tackle retail crime. They feel listened to, but it also provides us the best opportunity to influence on the things that you've rightly identified, to say how can we further support them, as we've done through those 1,500 plus engagements, to keep themselves safe and to make it as difficult as possible to enable perpetrators to use their premises. So really positive engagement, really positive of the work that's ongoing, and really want to play their part in supporting and using that future funding well, and particularly around diversionary opportunities for young people. So not just looking through the lens of retail crime, but what more can we do for communities? And they want to play their part in that, which, for me was really encouraging to hear. They very much see themselves as the heart of communities and want to do that, as I say, across the board. So very encouraged by it.
Thank you. Paul Eadie?
Apologies, I missed the beginning of your presentation, so you may have touched on this. Is the task force only focused on retail in the high street, or do you look at online retail?
It's all retail crime.
Is there anything specifically different? I mean, presumably there are different issues thrown up with online retail, so I'm curious to tease out what some of those might be and any learning you've got from that.
So I don't have any specifics as it relates to like case studies for online, but what I will say, and it comes back to some of the work we mentioned earlier around an approach to online criminality more broadly, how that's used to facilitate the networks that enable that sort of crime to be happening. But certainly our team every single day, the Retail Task Force, are looking at high harm, and what I would probably want to emphasise, their focus, whilst that's still an issue, their focus is predominantly on the 4% of offenders who are responsible for 31% of retail crime. So if we want to make a big difference, that's where we have, and it's not to say that elements of online and other are not, not part of it, not priority. But I don't have any of the details of a case study, but I would be happy to get that for you, Paul.
Chief, you look like you wanted to say something there.
No, thank you, Chair.
I'm conscious that in the past I've missed when you've raised your hand. Does anybody else have any questions on this topic? No. Just very quickly then to conclude that, I have had the advantage of hearing the presentation 3 times in the last 2 weeks at the North, East and West Regional Scrutiny Engagement Sessions, which are obviously attended by councillors from the various local authorities, and this is definitely an area that they have a very strong focus on. As was alluded to, everybody's got an interest in having healthy high streets, but you can imagine within local authorities it's something that is very high up their agendas, and it's something that councillors are dealing with in relation to shoplifting and some of the other issues around the high street that they're dealing with on a very regular basis. So there was a lot of interest there. And just 2 things that struck me. The first thing is the reassurance between what sounds like a very centralised national service. There is a clear line down to local service delivery within that, and I think that was encouraging to hear. And a point I think that's already been made is this is a relatively small investment, but for that small investment, it's being seen as being very effective and impactful. And what I look forward to is the opportunity for the Policing Performance Committee to actually explore some of these things in more detail in slightly slower time. So thank you for the presentation. Okay, that concludes the business that's been taken in public. So what we're going to do now is pause just for a couple of minutes to allow the live stream to end and the public observers to leave. Everyone at the table who is contributing to the private items should just remain seated.